Incoming transmission. Wayland-Yutani eyes only. Access granted. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special Alien Theory Crew Quarters video. Today we're going to be doing something sort of different, sort of a podcast discussion, a more casually flowing kind of conversation, an interview, really. One that I would say is a long time in the making. Because while I've been doing these videos and running the Alien Theory channel on YouTube, and I've been doing it for about 3 years now, so this is a good chunk of time. And within that chunk of time, you're likely to have seen the name Lady Anne mentioned at the end of my videos. It's in my thanks to the Hive, the Patreon Hive, those support the channel, and those who I'm very grateful for. And well, most people, they're generally aware of how Patreon works and the perks, acknowledgments involved. I swear, to this day, I'll continue to get these comments from people. They're asking, Lady Anne, why do you keep saying that name? Who is this Lady Anne? What is this, royalty? What's going on here? Well, though I guess in a sense, she is Wayland-Yutani, executive by title, but queen of the Hive in our hearts. Always involved with the posts, always enthusiastic, always living, breathing, eating, sleeping, obsessed with all things alien. And from the interactions we've had over this time, I've come to realize how truly devoted to the Alien franchise this Lady Anne character really is, with a unique perspective as a fan who has watched the series and extended universe unfold over the years and has applied the world of Alien to her own life in ways that I think may cause some fans to reevaluate their own devotion a little bit and maybe step up their game. Well, we're here to answer your questions. Who is Lady Anne? I have a very special guest today, connecting to me via Skype, the one and only Lady Anne, here for a conversation with me. Thank you so much for being here, Lady Anne. Please tell us, just who exactly is Lady Anne?
Well, I am not Anne Boleyn, as so many people have asked me. How am I able to use social media when my head is disconnected from my neck? Usually I tell them super glue because it works really well. Also, xenomorph slime sticks to anything. So, hey, if you're short, there's always plenty around. But yeah, just a person. But I really, I'm really honored that you are doing this interview and just thrilled to be able to share my love of this great movie. And I was lucky enough to be of an age that when this premiered, when the original Alien premiered, I was actually there at the premiere. And I think, as I mentioned to you in one post or talking, that I went in and I saw it and went right back out, bought another ticket, and then went right back out and bought another ticket. I saw it 3 times that first day it opened. It was just the most incredible experience I've ever had at a movie.
So would you say it was basically like a love at first sight with Alien?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it was too much to take in one viewing. I had to. Ridley Scott is such an amazing visionary as a filmmaker. He always has, even from his very first film, The Duelist. And if people have not checked out his very first film, which got him his gig on Alien, by the way, check it out. And this is the very first film Ridley Scott ever makes. And it won a bunch of awards, I believe, at the Cannes Film Festival, which is why he got noticed in the first place by, I'm not sure if it was Dan O'Bannon or some of the other people involved with the original Alien. But they saw his work and they were like, hey, how about him? Because all the American directors that they kept tapping kept bowing out for whatever. We don't want to make a rubber monster movie, whatever. They had no vision, nothing. And Ridley Scott was like, sure, I'll do it.
Well, yeah, he saw the potential, I guess. I think there was a snobbish approach at the time to these almost like B movies, but his idea was to make this B movie into something legitimate and something, well, I guess at the time Star Wars had come out and there was a new kind of craving within audiences for this more kind of glossed over sci-fi. Well, not so much glossed over, but a lived-in kind of feel to it, as Star Wars kind of did, and you can definitely see that in Alien. But yeah, really, who knew who he was in 1979? So it's just another matter of kind of the stars aligning, where no one wanted to do it. He stepped up, and very clearly he had the talent for it. And
oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, from the very beginning, he said, as he's been quoted as saying many times, there was no way I was going to make a B movie with a guy in a dodgy rubber monster suit. That just wasn't going to work for me. This was an A movie from the first time he read the script. He got it. He couldn't put it down. Dan O'Bannon really created something special when he wrote that. And he, of course, had complete faith in his screenplay and his book way before anybody else did. And he just kept pushing it and pushing it. And fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on the way you look at it, I was also old enough to be there when Star Wars premiered, and was at that premiere as well, with also 10 people, because nobody was at the premiere. There literally was nobody there, because you got to remember, when it came out, there was no hype. Everybody was like, a space fantasy? What is this, Buck Rogers? Forget it. And meanwhile, the 10 of us that were in the theater were absolutely blown out of our seats, because we were like, oh my God, what is this? And that was Star Wars, and then 2 years later, coming on the heels of that, is Alien, because by that time, all the studios were like, we've got to make space movies now. Everybody, if you got a space movie anywhere on your desk, make it.
I got this thing from Dan O'Bannon. It's called Alien. Well, that's in space, right? Okay, green light this. Go, go, go.
Exactly.
We need the next Star Wars.
And that's basically that's basically what happened. And they got green lighted like immediately. Was it Alan Ladd Jr., who was the president of Fox at the time, I believe, was like, what about this one? It's been sitting on my desk for a couple years. Let's do this. And they did. And then they got, of course, all of these incredible people involved, a lot, by the way, through Dan O'Bannon. But they got people like Ron Cobb to do the interiors. He also, I think, made a try at drawing the alien, which was a kind of funny octopus tentacle looking thing, which just was more funny than it was
particularly impressive, but it was worth him trying, I think. But obviously Giger was the ultimate. It was the go-to. And with a lot of the special effects, they look a little cheesy in those other sci-fi B movies, but Alien, it looked like you were in a spaceship.
Oh, absolutely. And they built it that way too. So when they were on the set, you were literally inside the Nostromo. You couldn't get out. There was one entrance in and out, and that was at the front of the set. And once you were inside the ship, you were in the ship. So you could literally walk around this whole environment, which really added to the actor's performance, I feel. And it made it a little bit more challenging to light in some of the scenes, but it came off beautifully the way they did it. And just everything about that movie, from the soundtrack to the cinematography to the script to the actors, it was just bang on. And again, we've got to credit Dan O'Bannon for really pushing Ridley Scott to meet H.R. Giger in the first place. And he knew as soon as he met him and saw Necronomicon that's it. And side note, I will tell people listening that you are either an H.R. Giger fan or you're not. There is no in between. I understand this. I myself am personally, I am a big fan of his artwork. It's very eclectic and unique, and that's what I feel any type of art should be. It should cause you to have a reaction. just like any type of book or movie or painting or picture should. It should cause you to think and to have a reaction, and H.R. Geiger's work certainly does that.
Most definitely does. And it gives it another layer of the legitimacy. Again, not a guy in a flipper suit or whatever, because I mean, obviously the Alien, it is, I would say, a very much original film, but it borrows a lot from those B movies. Like, well, most notably, I think a lot of people would make the comparison to The Terror from Beyond Space, which it's very similar in broad strokes to. But with that kind of, it was still kind of in the era where, you could practically see like the string moving the spaceship along over, just like a black background with some dots. And so for audiences to see something like, Star Wars and Alien, I mean, that must have been a mind-blowing thing. Did you, prior to Star Wars to Alien, did you watch sci-fi movies? Did you catch any of like the earlier B movies from which Alien drew its inspiration?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I grew up watching those. That was, that's what they played at the cinema. So that's what you went to go see. It was either that or Westerns. So, and a lot of the earlier B movie type space things that they had out at that time were serialized type things like Flash Gordon, things of that nature. And so you'd see a little episode before the main feature, which was, dear God, another Western. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, you got to see a lot of really awesome things. So to go from what you had previously seen to 1977, when Star Wars comes out, and your mind is completely blown away. My only problem with Star Wars, compared to Alien, is it was too clean. But it's a fairy story, as Ridley Scott so aptly puts. It's a fairy story. It's supposed to be clean. It's supposed to be, everything's supposed to look perfect and, nice and neat and, shiny and polished. But in all reality, life is not nice and neat, shiny and polished. Life is alien. Life is truckers in space. That's what it would be like. And coming from a military background, I can tell you, yeah, that looked like our squadron. that's what quarters look like. So, I mean, it's just everything about that movie was just so realistic that you connected to it on a human level. And the fact that Ridley resisted the urge to show people the actual xenomorph until the very end, you really don't see the xenomorph, even cutting out the one airlock scene that was supposed to be in there because it was running a bit too long. You see it briefly when it attacks Lambert. You see it briefly when it's looking at Jonesy, but you don't ever actually see it. Until we got the director's cut, you didn't even see it hanging in the chains when Brett was looking up. That was not in the original cut that was released in theaters in '79. So let me think here. The first time you see the full-sized alien is when it grabs Dallas in the air shaft, I believe. And that is for a split second. And I think that by him doing that, it was just a brilliance, because it kept you doing exactly what the rest of the crew was doing, which is, what the hell is this thing and what are we up against?
And that's exactly it too. It's like a very human movie, but in the same sense, we're almost in their place. We share the fascination and heeding the same kind of danger from this creature, and it's in our imaginations kind of what the full look of it is. And like sort of like, well, I guess another big 70s film at the time was Jaws, where quite cleverly they didn't show, well, not cleverly, but by accident, I guess, because the machine never worked, the puppet. They never showed the full Jaws. So it's a participation kind of thing, which I find very interesting. Like, what was, if you can recall, to the very, very first time watching it on that day, May 25th, 1979, what was going on in your mind? Like, were you scared watching the movie? Were you covering your eyes or anything like that? Or were you, like, right into it, leaning in?
I was completely leaning in and committed 150% to this film. I mean, it was just amazing. Everything about it was amazing. And I really think, and I think I mentioned this to you before a little bit, one of the themes, and I really don't hear too many people talk about this. Ridley's mentioned it a couple times. But I think the thing that really spoke to me most about this movie is something that every person in that audience can connect to. And every one of those actors, every one of those characters says this, with the exception of Ash, of course, says something relating to this at some point in time within that movie. But they're all there to do what? A job, just like the rest of us. To do what? Get home safely. What's Ellen Ripley trying to do? What is her ultimate goal? She's trying to get home to her daughter, just like every person in that audience. They're trying to get home after work safely, to be with their family, their loved ones, even if they're by themselves, just to relax and do life. But that's what they're trying to accomplish. That's the ultimate goal. I mean, if you scrape away everything else in Alien, the bottom line, and why Ripley is so relatable, I feel, was the direction that Ridley and Sigourney chose to take the character, which was a mother who's at work. She's doing the best she can with the situation she's in. She's not what we had previous to this, which in all other movies that had the female heroine, they were always these hoorah, girl, kill women, like could bench press 950 pounds without thinking about it.
Like the Flash Gordon women of the Amazon or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Not a Vasquez. Not talking about a Vasquez whatsoever. That's a totally different character. She's a Marine. She's supposed to be that way. Trust me, Marine women are tough. You have to be. You're not given a choice. You have to be. So Vasquez, she's tough, but she's also soft as well. And you do see that come out in her character in the second film, in Aliens. But at any rate, back to Ripley. Ripley is the first female heroine in this type of movie who's not an hoorah, girl, kill. She's not what and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they call the type of character that has the ability to do everything without any training a Mary Sue. I think that's the term.
I believe so. It has some origins in a Star Trek episode, if I recall. Something like that. I'm not. Yeah, we can get into the vernacular of that till the cows come home. But Mary Sue is a very common phrase now.
Yeah, she's not a Mary Sue. She's an average woman trying to do what? She's trying to get home to her daughter for her birthday because she promised she would be home for her birthday.
What ultimately kind of dictates how the movie flows is it really becomes, and it's true that they're doing the truckers in space, the realistic, but it comes down to who does their job the best, and turns out to be Ripley. She makes all the right calls, and she survives the day.
Well, she does, but it's not even making the right call. It's just, she was. Well,
if everyone listened to Ripley, there'd be no movie, basically. Don't let them in. It's quarantine. We have to go home. Oh,
Yeah,
good idea,
exactly.
Ripley. You're right. The end.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, she's a normal, average, everyday woman doing her job, and she's put in an extraordinary situation, and she has to make, the best of, with what she's got on hand, and she makes it. She does it, and she does it in with such a sense of grace and dignity to all of the people that have, that she's lost in trying to get everybody out of there. Except for, of course, Ash, who, let's face it, he had it coming. So.
Oh, you got that right.
Screw Ash. Screw Ash.
Oh, screw Ash.
He deserved to get flame blown and toasted over like a marshmallow. But yeah, I everybody in there, and what's remarkable is this is Sigourney Weaver's first film, whereas everybody else in the cast they were fairly well established as actors and actresses, at the time. But everybody in the cast was top notch. I know, and I'm so sorry. I always mispronounce the actor who played Parker's name, and I don't want to butcher it. He was so fantastic. And I know in the making of things, Veronica Cartwright, who played Lambert, was talking about the one discussion that they're having in the mess, where where Ripley's going, okay, what are we going to do now? Blah, 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 blah. And, I'm the captain of this ship. And she just wasn't bringing it. And he turns on her in between a take, and he basically says, which I will leave the explicit deleted out, but look, you know what? And I'm 6 foot whatever, I'm 200 and whatever pounds. I've got a fan following. You're not the captain of this ship. I'm the captain of this ship. I take it. And I mean, it pushed Sigourney Weaver enough that the next take, she gets it. And that's what we get in the movie when she, will you listen to me, Parker? And she just nails it. And he says, okay. And he meant it, because he was like, that's what I'm looking for. And Sigourney Weaver at the time was coming from, I believe she said off Broadway at the time. But
I think she was doing like dinner theater at that point. So Alien was a really huge get for her.
Yeah, a huge step up for her. But yeah, she was fantastic in that. And I very relatable to anybody in the audience, male or female, I feel. And again, Ridley Scott had the forethought and vision to portray this character this way. Because if I recall correctly, there really weren't set male-female roles per se. Mm-hmm. And it was a conscious choice to make Ripley a woman. And, after that, it's legend. She really encompasses that character, and she loves that character, very much. And she's very protective of that character.
As she should be. I mean, Ripley is an icon. At some point, you kind of think if it were done in a different way, like if they were just doing it just for the sake of, okay, we have these 7 characters, let's pick them off one by one. Let's just surprise everyone, have it be a woman. Which, in a sense, it was, but it took on another form. And I think it's specifically because of, one, Sigourney Weaver, 2, Ridley Scott's careful attention to the character and how they didn't want to make it like the Flash Gordon Amazonian, I beat you up, I fight everyone, I win the day kind of badass character. She does have vulnerabilities,
Exactly.
and she does have a home waiting for her. Everyone does, and how much are you going to fight for that? And she proves that.
Yeah,
so she's not just fighting for survival; she's fighting for family.
Yeah, she's fighting to go home, just like we all do.
I think my favorite line is from
time to go make
Parker
the
at the
donut.
very beginning. Yeah, like right at the very beginning. He's like, well, once Dallas brings in the news, like, oh, we're some of you may have figured out we're not home yet, only halfway there. Parker's like, I want to go home. I want to party. I don't want to land on this thing, which it is relatable.
Exactly. Exactly. But I mean, and that's what I meant. At some point or another, with the exception of Ash, every one of those characters expresses the want to let's deal with this as quickly as we can so we can get back on our way and get home. We're done working. Let's get back in the freezers and go back home. And they're truly elated when this thing comes off of Kane, and they think, oh, great, dinner, and we're back to the freezerinos, as Brett says. And obviously that didn't work out. So, but yeah,
imagine if they didn't have that last-minute dinner. That would have been a very bad situation, or very good for the company, I guess.
Oh, well, true, very true. But yeah, it was just incredible, but so incredible that I had to see it 3 times to truly absorb everything that was going on with that movie, because he shot it so brilliantly. Giger did such a fantastic job on all the sets he worked on, the eggs, the space jockey, I think he made LV-426, the landscape, and the alien ship. What do they call those now? Juggernauts, whatever the new term for that is. The Juggernaut.
Croissant is Ridley Scott. That's my favorite way of putting it. It's a giant croissant. Okay, thanks, Ridley. It's an apt way of putting it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as Veronica Cartwright, a giant croissant with giant vulvas to enter through, as Veronica Cartwright put so eloquently. which again is why people either love or hate H.R. Geiger's work.
And it is true that there's no middle ground. Like I on the YouTube, the Alien Theory YouTube, kind of when I get into the more Geiger psychosexual nightmare kind of stuff, some people, they're very resistant to that kind of stuff, like that interpretation of his art when it's just so, it's there. I mean, you can't really deny that it's existing, right? So I always kind of find that funny. It's like, you're reading into this too much. That's not a giant vagina. It's just a face hugger. That's fine. Well, maybe not. But it's something
maybe not. But the thing that he has standing right next to it certainly looks like a penis. So I'm guessing that's a vagina. So yes, the two normally go together at some point. But yeah, I mean, it was his personal comment on where relationships were going. They were becoming mechanical. We are becoming mechanical beings and operating within a mechanical world. And to have that type of foresight back in the day when, dinosaurs roam freely, because I'm old.
Yes, the 70s.
Yeah, those were great days, man. They really were. But yeah, to have that kind of foresight back then for what was coming down the pike. Today we have all this social media, and I'm constantly, and again, my one chance to apologize live. I apologize here now to everybody within the alien theory and any other alien communities I happen to comment on for the length of my comments. but Grandma here does not do social media. So I'm used to talking to people and actually, typing out words and expressing things. So I don't know how to hashtag and at and whatever. So, and by the way, mixing those two things up can be a very bad thing. So yeah, don't ever do that on Twitter, folks. Kids, don't mess up your hashtags and the @ sign on Twitter.
Always hashtag responsibly, kids. That's the important lesson for today.
Never use @ randomly, or at least next to somebody's name. Anyway, oh God. But no, I have loved this film since it came out. It captivated me immensely. You could say I fell in love with xenomorphs. I found them beautiful in their perfection, much as Ash talks about. Sorry, I almost called him Ash.
Wait a minute. Well, he is an ass.
As much as I dislike what Ash does, he does nail it. It's a perfect organism.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
And that even planted the seeds for David later on too.
Yeah, not too sure how I feel about David, but yeah, not too sure how I feel about Prometheus and Covenant. I don't know what happened to Ridley Scott on those two. Well, I know what happened in Prometheus, and it had nothing to do with Ridley Scott. It happened to do with the idiot they brought in to do the second screenplay, but that's a whole different topic. But I think Ridley Scott had this great idea of tying back into the end of Alien initially, and that's how the prequels were supposed to end. He was going to do a 3-movie set, and the last one was basically going to be the Nostromo the end of the movie is the Nostromo landing.
I'm going to take us way off track here, but I think I don't want to tell tales out of school, but I've read that the third one's a go. That's the most recent thing I've heard. I don't know if you saw the Variety article. They kind of just they really casually just kind of mentioned it in a Ridley Scott interview, like, oh, by the way, he directed Prometheus, Alien Covenant, and the third one is being written as we speak. So that's apparently happening.
Yeah, they've been saying
I'll believe
that.
it when I see it.
Yeah, it was already written, and they had already started building set pieces and props, and they put all that in storage back a while ago.
Oh, right. There was I think there was a quote-unquote leak from a company that had their schedule all put up, but then it kind of came into nothing. But anyway, sorry, I'm probably going to get on a tangent on that. But what I'm kind of curious about, because we were mentioning, how different the 70s were compared to today. Today you have social media. People can let their opinions be known about a movie in 2 seconds over Twitter, Facebook, whatever, what have you. But with Alien, seeing that movie, being blown away by it, and I'm sure, the whole audience in the theater along with you, for each of those times, what were you hearing, like, in the aftermath of that premiere, like, as it sort of got its word of mouth? Like, do people, like, actually talk to each other in real life and, like, say, hey, you should go see this movie? Or how did that kind of work?
People actually talked to one another back then. They did this thing where they actually looked at each other in the face and talked and communicated using words.
Oh, it's more frightening than any gag to me.
Sometimes finger puppets, whatever works. But yeah, the word got out very quickly at this amazing film. And I know the 10 people that were at the premiere showing with me, seriously, there were only 10 of us in the movie theater where I went to go see it the day it opened. And out of those 10, I think I was the only one that was sitting on the edge of my seat quietly the entire time. The rest of the people were either screaming, crying, or one guy threw up, which was kind of funny.
Oh, God, I always hear those stories. Like, you actually, I don't know if you saw or maybe just heard someone throw up. Did you get a good view of what was going on?
No, I didn't get a good view, but definitely heard it. It was
Boy.
definitely.
At what scene was it? Was it the chest burster scene that happened?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was the chest burster scene. That was just too much for that guy. He just couldn't handle it. So up came the popcorn, I guess, and the cherry soda or whatever the hell he was drinking. But yeah, I mean, what's been really special is here we are 40 years later talking about this incredible movie that changed so many things, especially for the way women were portrayed in sci-fi and movies in general. And I credit Sigourney Weaver and Ridley Scott for that, and I can't thank them enough. We weren't and nothing wrong with the gals that played on Star Trek, don't get me wrong, but they were all sex kittens. Let's face it. And James T. Kirk was Mr. Man, and could have any woman he wanted. And they definitely did not shoot that movie that way, thank God, because we would have gotten a whole totally different thing if they had.
Like a Nostromo regulation mini skirts or something like that.
Yeah, that would have been horrible. So thankfully, everybody.
Whenever I see those Star Treks from like the '60s, I'm like, wow, that's very short.
Very short. Although, and I don't remember the actress's name, and again, I apologize because I was a big star. I watched Star Trek. It was on. I was alive during that period, so yes, I was watching Star Trek. But the woman who played Lieutenant Uhura broke so many boundaries for young African American actresses on TV and in movies. She does not get enough credit for that. One person who did pay great homage to her, I thought, was Kevin Smith. She actually appears on, I think his show is called, one of his shows, if it's still on, is called Comic Book Men. And she shows up at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash there in New Jersey. And it was great because they were actually talking to her about, what it was like during those times. And so just so fantastic. And
yeah, I heard, I think it was like an interview with Whoopi Goldberg, actually. She's like, yeah, she's watching Star Trek one day. She's like, oh, look, I can do that. I can be on TV. And yeah. I can't remember her name either. I want to say Eartha Kitt, but that's not
I know.
If only I had the internet to check it out. But
somebody will comment on that.
Someone will comment.
You idiot.
Well, it's inevitable that will happen.
Yeah. But, hey, you idiots! It's this, and Grandma, take your Alzheimer's medicine. Or actually, I call it my thumb-timers. Sometimes you might find the remote in the salad drawer. I don't know why. But yeah,
keeps it crisp.
Yeah, the thing that really makes me just feel so good about Alien in general is, again, here we are 40 years later, and we have a whole new generation of kids who are watching this movie and getting involved. The young gentleman that does Project Acheron, he's fairly young. Well, everybody's fairly young compared to me, I realize this, but for the most part, in the community, everybody's fairly young compared to me. So
I'm actually 12 years old. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's awesome.
It's really, really nice to talk to
you. Yeah. I refuse in my mind to be more than 24 mentally. Chronologically, it's a little bit older, but, we'll skip all that. But, yeah, it's so great to see fans of each successive generation finding this film and falling in love with it for the very same reasons that I fell in love with it when I saw it. It was so amazing. It did things that no other film at the time, science fiction wise, would have ever thought to do. And strangely enough, not too many have done since, in my opinion. They've tried, but they wind up being sad copies, if you know what I mean.
To this day, you'll still see kind of the alien copy, like even like some, I don't know if you saw the movie, what was it called? Life with Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh, and your favorite actor, Ryan Reynolds.
Yes, yes.
It felt very alien-y.
Absolutely.
Icon.
I've got to plug this. Okay, enough with the AVP movies, folks. Okay, my idea is to hire Sigourney Weaver back as Ripley, and then let's get Deadpool. So instead of AVP, we'll have AVD, Alien versus Deadpool.
And they can do it. That's the thing. They have the rights. So
exactly. They own
get
both
writing
rights,
that.
So. Yes, somebody funny, write that right now. Actually, Ryan Reynolds, write that.
Well, yeah, doesn't he write those movies too, I think? Or he just improvs and they give him credit or something like that.
I think he pretty much improvs. He's a gift to anybody who can call himself God's perfect idiot in his title credit, as they're showing the People magazine with his face splattered all over it as one of the sexiest men of whatever year, and it says starring God's perfect idiot. I mean, come on, you don't get much better than that. He is just great. But yeah, that would be. I'm advocating for that film now, directed by Ridley Scott.
Well, they do mention Ripley in. Is it the first one? No, it's the first one. This Sonic Megaton Teenage whatever her name is. Yes. He's like, hey, Ripley from Alien 3. So
exactly.
It's a shared universe or shared metaverse.
There you go. There you go.
Listen, you go. If no one is going to write this, then we'll have to do it.
We'll have to do it. We can get everybody together and everybody write a line, and then somebody calls Ryan Reynolds. You're Canadian. You call them.
Yes, I know every single Canadian. He's my next door neighbor, actually. It's him and Kiefer Sutherland. I live between the two of them.
Oh, God. I'm sorry about the Kiefer Sutherland thing.
Well, Donald's there a lot, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. As long as Donald's there.
He keeps him in line, but sometimes he just, jumps onto my balcony and is shirtless. But anyway, with Alien being like this huge...
At least he's not pantless, like an Animal House.
Well, oh, yeah. I was reaching for the cupboard, and you can see everything. Anyway, let's talk about Animal House, because that's from '79 too, isn't it? Anyway.
It is from back in the day. That is for sure. Let's see. Jim Belushi was not Jim. John Belushi was still alive. Sorry, not Jim. That's his brother. John Belushi was still alive and kicking, as was Dan Aykroyd. But yeah, that was a great movie. And every time I see Animal House, I forget everybody that was in it. Like a very, 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 very young Kevin Bacon.
Oh yeah. Please, sir, may I have another?
Yes. I didn't think Kevin Bacon was born then, but apparently he was. And then for some reason he decided to do Footloose. Ah, that wacky kid. But yeah, I mean, it truly is amazing though, watching each successive generation discover this amazing universe. And my two favorite films obviously are Alien and Aliens. However, I do love the assembly cut of Alien 3. And I know there's a lot of controversy about that. Some good, some bad. Again, that's one of those movies people either love or hate. I do know...
Yeah, sometimes it is hard to find a middle ground when it comes to opinions on Alien 3. I mean, some people absolutely consider it a near master or a flawed masterpiece, I think a lot of people say. Others will say, it's a piece of shit. They killed Hicks and Newt. I hate it. How dare they? Worst series ever.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and Ripley dies too because Sigourney Weaver made them put that in the contract. The only way she was going to do this film was if they killed her character. At the time, and then a couple of years later, she was back. Thank God. But out of all 4 original movies, I dislike the 4th one the most. I love the actors in it; they're great. Their lines are fantastic. But I don't know; it was kind of strange. Sigourney chose to take Ripley down a different path in that one, it was just such a break from the Ripley that we all knew and loved. Granted, she was a hybrid for all intents and purposes. She was a cloned version of the original, but with a little xenomorph DNA mixed in just for good measure. But it just, I don't know, it was just a little off. I couldn't connect to that Ripley, whereas I was always able to connect to Ripley before. And that's no comment whatsoever on Sigourney Weaver's acting. Her acting is brilliant, no matter what she's in.
Oh, for sure. And there's trade-offs with all the movies, I think, because what I do like about specifically Sigourney Weaver in her approach to the movies, the movies themselves too, every single performance is a completely different performance. But when she's done the first 3 and killed herself, there's a huge challenge in what do you do next? And I don't think she would have done the same old thing. I think she wanted a new challenge. But once you're dead and cloned, what can you do? But I absolutely appreciate what she brought to the character and really took it seriously and wanting to evolve this character in a certain way. But since she's half alien, there's a whole different connection or lack thereof that we the audience make with her.
Yeah, and she's trying to discover who am I? Because when she's asked specifically in that movie, "Who are you?" I'm Lieutenant Ellen Ripley, and it's like, no, that's who you were. We cloned you. And then
but she's asked that question later too.
Yeah.
Who are you? I'm the monster's mother. Dun dun dun.
Yeah. Exactly. In that great way that she says it, it's just wonderful. Especially when she ripped out the jaw piece and asked Call if she wanted a souvenir. Want a souvenir?
And later with Jonah.
Yeah.
Want another souvenir?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's good stuff in it, but you can't compare to the first 3, especially the first 2, I'd say.
No, the first 2 were brilliant. James Cameron, despite all the problems he had with the English crew, they eventually did obviously come around to realizing that, okay, he is not trying to eclipse Ridley Scott, and they realized that he was trying to make a totally different film. He wasn't trying to make a sequel as in a remake, which we get all the time these days, which is sequel to whatever, which is basically the same movie it was last time with, I don't know, whoever died in the last one replaced with somebody equally as stupid. So, yeah, I mean, he made something completely different, yet was, again, smart enough that when he was writing the screenplay for Aliens, he definitely wanted to include Sigourney Weaver and ask her, what do you think of this? And he was very open when she would say, I really like this part here, but Ripley wouldn't say this. She wouldn't do this. That's not who she is. And again, she brought Ripley back to that person I was talking about previously. She is a mother who's trying to get, she just her job so she can get home. And now now we find her, is it 57 years later, having to find out that her daughter is dead. And, she's got to go through all of that. She becomes the very first woman ever nominated for an Academy Award in a sci-fi fantasy type movie. I don't believe
I love it.
anyone, and no one, please correct me, guys out there, if I'm wrong, but I don't believe anybody else has ever been nominated since then either. But she's that good. And she really, Newt becomes that daughter figure for her in a sense, even at the end when Newt grabs her and says, "Mommy," there's that connection. It's just, you can see the look on her face. It's almost redemption for Ripley. She gets that moment of redemption as they're jetting away from the planet and it's blowing up. And she's just so relieved that everything's over. And they get back to the ship, and then the Queen Mother shows up and decides to try to eat everybody again. But
one more round.
Knocks the crap out of her. One more round. Knocks the crap out of her. And then she runs up to her and jumps and says, "Mommy." But there's that redemption.
Well, with Aliens, were you able to see that on its original release date as well as premiere? Or were you counting down the days?
Oh, yeah.
That must have been, talking about sequels.
As soon as yeah.
Today, you have a whole series planned out, but back, this is a 7-year wait between the films. That's like Avatar time.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often.
We didn't think there would ever be another Alien at all. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm sitting, I don't even remember what movie I went to go see. Up pops this preview for this time it's War and Aliens. And that was it. And it was like, OMG, when is this coming out? I will be there when it opens. And happily, I must say, this time there was a huge crowd of people.
More than 10.
And yes, there was way more than 10. The theater was packed, and everybody was cheering and having an absolutely fantastic time. That was a great movie to watch. Something I noticed. I won preview. Is it like a special preview? I don't know if that's what you call them. Preview tickets to Covenant. Before it was actually released, I got to go see it. And I don't even remember what contest it was around here, but I won. So I got to go see it early, which was cool. I thought it was going to be cool. I had not been in a movie theater for years. For those of you who don't know, I don't talk about this much because I prefer to look at life as this way. Every day you wake up, you should take advantage of the day and just be happy you woke up. But I am in a wheelchair and I am homebound, so I don't go out very much. So I went out to the movie theater, which I had not been to one in many moons. So, which is a lot of moons. And it shocked me how people go to movies now.
What, like lots of people on their phones, or
they were on their phone, getting up constantly walking in and out of the film to go get more popcorn, more soda, more candy. I mean, seriously, the average person in the theater that was there for the preview got up at least 3 times. And because I was in a wheelchair, I was kind of designated to the back couple rows where they have the wheelchair locking things to keep you from, rolling into the chair in front of you, which would be kind of annoying for that person to have you in their lap suddenly. I was also kind of nervous because I have a service dog, and she will literally take you out for popcorn. Okay, this dog loves popcorn, and she hears it pop, one pop in the microwave. She is at that microwave, and she will take you out as soon as you pour it in a bowl, just so you spill the bowl, and she can eat it all. She doesn't care if it's burning hot. So I was really worried, but you put the vest on her, and she goes into service dog mode. So I was very worried taking her to the movie theater, because I was like, oh, Jesus, she's going to be climbing over all the theater seats trying to eat everybody's popcorn. But she did exactly as she was trained to do, which was lay right down at my feet and didn't move the entire time. Didn't matter who walked by, didn't matter who had popcorn and was throwing it all over, didn't even try eating it off the floor. She just laid down and did her job, which is what they're trained to do. So thank God for that. But yeah, I was a little worried. But yeah, because I was in the back, everybody would walk by me and slam the theater door. So I couldn't even watch the movie, because literally twice a minute, somebody was walking by me slamming the door when they walked out and slamming it when they came back in. And it was just annoying.
And this is an advanced screening. This is a preview too. Yeah, so it just wasn't like, cheap Tuesday at the mall. It was something that they put together so that people who had an interest in it would come.
Exactly. It was an advanced screening that you had to do a contest for and win tickets. And I was just flabbergasted, because I couldn't believe that this is how people watch movies now. I mean, especially with the amount that tickets actually cost, if they're doing that for free tickets, what are they doing with the ones that they pay for? I mean, and from talking to my friends, they're like, oh yeah, that's what going to the movies is like now. And I'm like, well, then I'm glad I haven't been going, because I would have been very angry because I wouldn't have been able to see. I mean, I didn't really actually see Covenant until it came out on what do you call it? On digital, and I could watch it on my television, which thankfully I've got a fairly large TV, and it's one of those 4K things. So yeah, I got to see it in all its glory, but it's just not the same. I'm sorry, it's Ridley Scott. It's the cinematography is going to be amazing, and you want to see that on the biggest screen as you possibly can. So yeah, that kind of sucked. I couldn't even pay attention to that because people were just in the way, walking past you, walking next to you, and going in and out. So yeah, I don't understand that. Obviously, if you're at Alien Covenant, you're invested in this series. So why are you getting up to get? I mean, seriously, how many jumbo buckets of popcorn can you actually eat in a 2-hour period?
Well, you got to make the $40 they charge for it worth it, right? If it's free refills, I'll do it myself. I'll go 3 times, 4 times. No, I'm just kidding. They were definitely doing that. They were making all of their free refills. So unlimited free refills if you got the large. But yeah, it was just ridiculous. I'm like, you can't sit still for 2 hours. Also, side note, the very same thing happened when I took a young friend to go see a concert. She was a very big fan of an older group. I used to do lighting and rigging for concerts and did tours and what have you when I was working my way through college and grad school, because yeah, that's expensive when you're paying for it on your own. And I mean, you can only get so many scholarships and grants. Eventually you got to fork out some money of your own, but it paid very well at the time, so I was doing that. So I was used to the way concerts used to be, where people went to the concert and the only time they got up from their seat or left their area, was in between the opener and the headliner, to go to the bathroom, grab a soda, maybe grab a t-shirt, and then be back, because usually there's about 20 minutes, half hour in between acts before the headliner comes out, because they got to set up all their stuff. And we got to get back then we had to get all their cues ready. Now everything's run by computer, so that's a whole different world too. But yeah, I took her to this concert,
And I even have video of this concert, and people are constantly walking, getting more beer, more food, more whatever. Nobody's sitting. Nobody's even singing along to the songs. And this was it's a fairly well-known group, or was, and they recently lost their main person. But
are you allowed to say who, or would you get in trouble with confidentiality?
I think I'll leave that out because
sure.
YouTube. I don't want to get the YouTube bots. The
YouTube. It was YouTube. Everyone. Bono, The Edge. They were all there.
Yeah, no, not YouTube. Don't want to get the YouTube bots on you.
I'm kidding around.
That gets you. But yeah, I just, it's not that hard to figure out. Only one major rock star has kicked the bucket, shall we say, in the last couple of years. Think major rock star, or used to be major. Still thought he was major in his own mind, but that happens when you're famous. But anyway,
as we've seen with Ridley Scott. I'm kidding, Ridley. We love you, Ridley. My experience with Covenant, it was much better than that, I'd say. Like, I didn't go to anything too special or anything. I just went, how they have like the VIP theaters with the reclining seats. I went to one of those, and that was kind of cool. Everyone was pretty silent, but the problem was, and this is the day it came out, there wasn't a lot of people there. And so it kind of almost felt, 40 years later, or I guess 38 at that point, my experience with Covenant felt almost like you seeing Alien. No one was going to see it. There's 10 people, maybe there were like 20 people when I went to see it, but that kind of got me a little worried. And of course, the reaction wasn't the best to Covenant, and the box office wasn't the best to Covenant, so here we kind of are, unfortunately.
I think Ridley has just, and rightfully so, he has been overlooked by everybody for all intents and purposes. I saw him receiving an award from, I believe it was the British Film Institute, and I'm so sorry, people, I don't remember which prince. It's the older prince, the one that's going to be king when Queen Elizabeth passes away, because thankfully her son Charles has said he's going to pass up the opportunity to rule so his son may rule, thank God. But is it Philip? I don't know. Anyways, the one that married the Kate lady. And not the wild younger one, but the older, more responsible.
I think it's Philip.
Royal Navy one. Is it Philip? Yeah. I
think so. I feel like I should know more about the royal family because I'm Canadian and we're still kind of involved with them. But I'm pretty sure it's Philip.
Yeah, because I think the younger is William, and
right.
He and his
new
the got a baby. Yeah, they named their son Leroy. That should tell you all you need to know. So I don't know what happened there, but yeah, wow.
I like it better than Archie, to be honest with you. I really do.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well, no, Archie's an okay name too. Whatever. They're baby names. Let's not start smack talking babies. Those stupid royal babies.
Yeah, there you go.
Who do they think they are?
Got the award to Ridley. It was Philip that gave him the award, and then of course stands back, and Ridley stands up to give his speech, his acceptance speech, which was, I don't want to say sheer malice, but bordering on that. Like, gee, thanks a whole bunch, guys. Shove it. I mean, and that's me just paraphrasing what Ridley was saying, because Ridley would never, ever say anything that disrespectful, ever. But he did in a very British way. In a very Ridley Scott, in a very British Ridley Scott way. Sir Ridley did. He gave back what the film industry has given him for the last 40 plus years. And I don't blame him one bit. And the look on Prince Philip's face was priceless because the poor guy just didn't know how to react to that, because he was just like, but I just gave you this beautiful award, and oh crap, this is going wrong so many ways right now. Oh crap.
This is what happens when the knights turn on us. He is a knight, isn't he?
Exactly.
He must be.
Yes, he is. He is the Ridley, as he should be. But that was just, it's beautiful. I mean, if you listen to the whole thing, it's on YouTube. And I believe it's the British Royal Film Academy or something like that. And they presented him, I believe it was a Lifetime Achievement Award. So they're giving him this, and yet they've never awarded him anything else ever. And nobody else has either.
Yeah, I honestly can't believe he's, like, in his whole career, he's never won an Academy Award. Like, Gladiator won the Best Picture, but he didn't win the director. So he came, like, his movie won, but I don't even think he produced that. So I don't think he got any Oscar whatsoever. He's still over nothing.
H.R. Geiger got the Academy Award for Alien.
He wasn't even nominated.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. Well, 79. Who was that? Probably like Coppola and Jewison and I don't know, a whole bunch of other heavyweights. And Ridley Scott, he's probably too new. They're all so political with these awards and stuff. So if Ridley's going to fester his hate over the decades, you know, you can't blame him in a way.
Just sad.
He's reached a point like where he's like, I'm Ridley Scott. I'm going to do what I want. Some people really hate that, but I think it's kind of cool. It's kind of still punk rock. He's like in his 70s and he's still got that fire, right? He's still working like nobody's business. He's putting out a movie almost every 2 years now. You know, but that makes me kind of confident that we are actually going to end up seeing that third film.
That would be great.
They'll maybe wait for digital. I don't know.
And yeah, probably won't be going to the movie theater for that one. Thank you very much. Once was enough.
I don't go too often myself, but if it's an Alien movie, for sure I'll go.
Actually, the last time I went to a movie, oddly enough, I did go here in Seattle. I'm in Seattle, Washington, for anybody. Actually, I'm on an island, 2.5 hours driving time northwest off the coast of Seattle, Washington. But yeah, I'm in Seattle, Washington, which is where I went to the Science Fiction Museum to go see Alien. And it was the director's cut. Ridley Scott was there. He was presenting, and he did a 3.5 hour Q&A. He would have stayed all night. He was in no rush to leave. It just petered out after 3.5. But he was also doing live feed questions, though, as well.
So was this in 2003 when the director's cut was first released, or around then?
No, it would have been later.
Or does he just? Okay.
This was probably 2006 or 7, because we moved up here in 2005. Because my husband was still in the Navy, and it was his last enlistment. We both retired from the Navy, and it was his last enlistment, and a post came open here in Washington, and I was like, take it. We'll move to the Northwest. Or ever since my PhD, I'm going back. My God, we're going back. And so here we are in the middle of nowhere. So that's awesome. Yeah, he was fantastic. He was the most generous, kind, humble person, and truly and thankfully everybody who asked questions asked really great questions, because you never know when things like that. Some people ask kind of silly questions, and you're like, oh geez, please, you're embarrassing all of us. Why are you speaking? But
more like the Chris Farley show, where it's like, hey, that part, the alien comes out of the chest. That was cool. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
So you directed that, right? Yep. Anyway. No one's old enough to remember, or everyone's too young to remember that Chris Farley sketch, but I always found that hilarious.
It was so good.
But were you able to participate in this engagement? Were you able to ask a question?
Yeah, and the question was about the direction that he chose to take Ripley. And he, interestingly enough, responded, you're the first person that's ever caught on to that the whole premise of the film is trying to get home. Because it's something everybody in the audience relates with, going to work and trying to get home safely at the end of the day. And she's doing the best she can do with what she's got. And I flabbergasting that nobody had ever asked that before, but yeah, that's, again, it was amazing to hear from the man himself how he developed, or how he and Sigourney chose to develop the character of Ripley. And I, again, having seen that movie and having it made such a huge impact on my life at the time, at the same time that came out, interestingly enough, and I want to say it was 1979 that there was a group around that used to be called Supertramp. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but they came out with their album Crime of the Century. And that album was so iconic to the Alien for me. From Hide in Your Shell, which is one of the songs, to Crime of the Century. It just was, everything about the tones of that album matched Alien so well that they've become linked forever in my subconscious. And, I have always since then, looked at the character of Ripley and said, you don't have to be Superwoman to make a difference. You don't have to be anything special to make a difference. You just have to get up and do it. And I really took that to heart. From Alien, it really just drove that home over and over again. This was not a Superwoman. Even in Aliens, not a Superwoman, not a Space Marine, just an average lady, again, beset with a horrible set of circumstances and has to do the best she can do. Although I love the look she gives the Queen when that one egg opens, when she's backing out of the egg chamber. She's like, "Oh, you didn't."
Mm-hmm. The little head tilt.
Yeah, that and the look on her face, which is like, "Oh yeah, F you, lady. It's on now. The gloves are coming off. Prepared to get grenaded." And a little flame. As the mom's screaming and ripping herself from her little egg sac thing and chasing after her. But yeah, it was great. And if you are in Seattle and do wish to see one of the Hero Queen puppets and the power loader, it is at the Science Fiction Museum here in Seattle.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Are they there permanently?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So is the model for the original Death Star. If you're a Star Wars fan, yeah, the original Death Star is here too.
I do kind of wonder how many. I'm sure it's a good overlap of Star Wars fans and Alien fans, because I love both, but obviously Alien a lot better. But both are awesome. It's odd. I like the first 3 movies that came out in Star Wars. The rest, I could care less. I'm sorry. I don't think you need to apologize. I think a lot of people might agree with that.
poor Mark Hamill, he has been slammed so hard lately. Guys, lay off of Mark, okay? He's just being Mark and saying his piece. And he's got every right to say what he wants to say. Because if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have Luke Skywalker in the first place. But to have Daisy Ridley, or whatever the hell that lady's name is, hand him his lightsaber. By the way, that was the lightsaber, in case anybody seemed to miss that. That was the lightsaber that fell off with the hand that his dad cut off. That was his dad's original lightsaber. The original one he got from Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars. That's the one she hands him. And he looks at it for 2 seconds and throws it over his shoulder? Hell no. And Mark
too bad. I thought he was going to have a big story about that, like Maz Kanata promised. And the other one. She says, there's no time. There's a story. Just bring him the lightsaber. Boom. Throws it.
Yeah, and she was just like, yeah, forget it. It's just a lightsaber. Screw it. It just got, I don't know. And then, of course, we lost Carrie Fisher, which was very sad. Very, very sad.
Terrible.
But one thing I have noticed is that the alien community, the alien universe online, is a very open, kind, generous, and welcoming community. And
100%.
I used to go to some of the Star Wars sites, and they are nasty. Wow. You don't say what everybody else agrees with, and you are just, whatever you call that in millennial talk, you are blamed or whatever. But yeah, and I realize there's always going to be the monsters lurking in the dark, so to speak, on any community open comment section. And fortunately, usually the moderators can get rid of negative or really nasty comments. And I'm guessing you guys can do that. But I just think it's sad that here's two communities that should be somewhat the same insofar as people welcoming new theories and ideas. And I love that about the alien universe, is people can literally come up with things, or, really, I kind of thought that it meant this. I thought they were talking about this. I think you made a comment the other day, a really good video, by the way. You were talking about Lambert. I was under the understanding that was a genetic mutation that was going around, a birth defect that was going around at the time when Lambert was born. And she was born with that mutation. So her parents had to make the decision to choose, because they mentioned that mutation somewhere else. And I cannot for the life of me remember what comic or graphic novel it was in, but they spoke about it in one of them. It might have even been in a story or in one of the books. I'm not sure, because it's such an expanded universe at this point. But they did talk about it at one point. They mentioned it very briefly about genetic mutation that's happening with kids and parents having to choose. But I had never noticed that before. And I was like, oh, wow, that's awesome. Something I didn't know, because I couldn't read the writing that they wrote on the back of the stuff behind Ripley and Aliens anyways, because it was just flipping by too fast. And I never took the time to stop the screen and read all that at the time. And so that Lambert overview that you did, was it this past week, was fantastic. Mm-hmm. But that's how I took that when I read it, as that was something that was a genetic mutation going around, as opposed to her being transgendered. Either way, it's fine. It would have been kind of cool if it is transgendered, because I would really like to see that, because that would be really awesome. I think that would be awesome. But I do know they mentioned there being a birth defect going around due to pollution levels on the earth and stuff that's happening to people that aren't born on earth, and blah 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 blah. So I when you made that statement, that's how I read it, and I think I mentioned that in my comments. So I wasn't sure if they were referring to her being transgendered or if it was a genetic mutation where she was born with both sexes, therefore her hermaphroditism, and her parents had to choose which they felt she was more like, which the doctors felt she had more traits of, male or female, and they had to choose that. And that's what they did. But that casts a whole new light on Lambert, as you say in the video, as to her actions and her behaviors. When you look at that added information, does that have something to do with why Lambert is so meek? Because she truly stays terrified the entire time. She's almost paralyzed with fear the entire movie.
And Veronica Cartwright is brilliant in her performance when she does that.
Yes.
And I can't believe she was originally thinking she was Ripley. It just worked out so perfectly. But I do love, obviously all this extended universe stuff where you can get these little details about the characters. They do kind of make you give it a second guess a little bit. You don't always have to go with it. Like with the videos I do, they're not always definitive. It's maybe more just something to chew on, I guess. With that particular topic, certain people were more appealed to it. But I think it's interesting. It's interesting to look at characters in different ways. Especially, the whole sexual aspects of Alien and Giger and everything. Like, what did I said, well, she penetrates him with a phallic object, so that has to mean something, right? Or something. A cigar is just a cigar. But it's interesting to do that kind of stuff. So, the Alien community is great, but there were some comments that weren't too happy with that topic. But I guess that's just how it is.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
It makes me sad. But,
well, for the most part, people, I don't know, some people want to play with me. Others don't want to play with me and, have fun in the Alien sandbox, so to speak. So you can't win everybody over. But, interesting topic's an interesting topic. And it's something like Alien. It's 40 years later. We're still talking about it as if it's like a new movie, which, it's so detailed that you look for these things, you discover these things, you talk about these things. And I think that's just amazing. And for the most part, people were, really engaged in that conversation. So maybe if there's like 10% bad comments, there's a good 90% that were very interested, I think.
Absolutely. And the only thing that kind of ticked me off was Alien Day this year. Fox didn't do diddly squat. There was no Comic-Con boards. There was no anything. And this is the 40th. They didn't have any panels at any of the major Comic-Cons this year for Alien. None of these people, and I realize we have lost several people. Most recently, help me out here. He just passed away. Yes, Terry Rollins, unfortunately passed away. What a great filmography that man has.
And just right before the 40th anniversary too. That kind of hurts. Geez.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was very, very well aware of how many people have been obsessed with this movie and love it and love his work. And, hopefully, he's...
And of course...
He's known that going to the end.
several of the actors that were originally in Alien are no longer with us. At least a couple of them aren't. I think Brett. Didn't Brett, the man who played Brett, he passed away, I believe.
Yeah, pretty recently too.
Is it John Hurt?
Yeah. Unfortunately,
who passed away.
I love John Hurt so much, and Harry. I love them both. They're both like incredible actors. But yeah, they're like, I just read the other day. I didn't realize how well. Maybe I should have known, but Harry Dean Stanton, he was 51, 52 when he made Alien. Like, I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, he was.
Well, I mean, I can believe it looking at him, but still, maybe mid-40s. I thought, at least.
I want to say he played in. God, he was in so many things. He usually played these snarky, kind of Rizzo from MASH type people, and in Alien, he plays this basically a submissive type personality to Parker's, more assertive, aggressive, or passive-aggressive, assertive type personality, where he's always falling around like a parrot, as Ripley says, saying right. Which I love. I mean, it's really great. But I mean, they didn't do anything to celebrate the 40th, and they made it sound like they were going to be doing all these things.
Yeah, I think they relied a little too much on, and don't get me wrong, I really appreciated it, and I thought they were all great, but they relied a lot on the shorts. They're like, this will tide everybody over, basically, releasing them periodically, then doing the 2 releases on Alien Day. But they could have done more.
I didn't understand that. And why only 6 if they were going to be releasing them like that, number one. And number 2, I think it was Mr. H. He made a comment, why didn't they just wait till Alien Day to release all 6 of these? Because it would have been more fun to watch them all together on Alien Day.
Absolutely. That is actually what I ended up doing. Like, I watched the first 2, but then finally I just waited. And actually, I could do it a little bit earlier because the digital code for Alien on iTunes, you could watch the shorts in their entirety in like a play all option, no ads, no little IGN corner. Yeah, it was great, and you just play all. It's about an hour and 7 minutes, I think. It was great, but like I first knew I was in trouble in the first one, which I love. That's one of my favorite of the 6. Containment. I got so excited, and I'm like really into it. I'm like, yeah, I want to watch more. Oh, you gotta wait. Oh, okay. But I think it like works better as an anthology, like short film collection. Basically, they could have definitely done a little bit more.
I wish they would have done longer bits, and I wish they would have done stories from. Is it Bug Hunt? Is that the name of the book with the short stories, or is that?
Oh yeah.
Is that?
Oh yeah, Bug Hunt.
I loved that. That was great. And I would love to see some of those come together. Those would have been great shorts because they are short stories. They would have been a little bit longer playtime, but I still think, and I also feel like we got cheated on Bill Paxton's son making an appearance. He's like there for 5 seconds before you get.
Well, it was cool to see him, and it was pretty funny to see him suffer a terrible fate. I was very amused by that. But yeah, when you first hear, oh, it's James Paxton, he's going to be in one of these, you think maybe he's going to be like the star. But nah, he kind of just shows up at the very tail end, which is fine. It was a cool cameo, and obviously, honoring the legacy that the great Bill Paxton brought to us. But I don't know, the whole theme is like, I wish that they just a little more would have been, I don't know, more satisfying.
Absolutely. I agree. They should have had more. But, you know, it's Aliens, so I always want more.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
More. I want more. But yeah, I was very depressed that we didn't get Alien, whatever that was going to be, Alien 2.5 for all intents and purposes, because it wasn't going to be, I mean, they were calling it Alien 5, but it was supposed to slide in between the events of Aliens and then Alien 3, I guess, supposedly. That looked like an amazing project, and then it just died. And that's really
now. It's not dead. It's on life support. I still have hope. I think we might possibly maybe see it. Maybe, I don't know. I won't give up hope on that. I've kind of turned into a supporter after it, or I kind of turned into a supporter for it after it was canceled. I thought, I don't know, Alien 2.5. I don't want them to erase 3 and 4, but now I just really want it.
Well, and you know, it's not his intention to do that either. It was totally his intention to, and Sigourney was on board, and from the interview I heard, Ridley Scott was on board. You know, he was, oh yeah, this is great, and he even agreed to produce it at one point in the interview I read. I don't remember which site I got that one off of. It might have been Mother's. I'm not sure. She usually is really excellent source on WordPress, especially to catch any alien news feed items.
Oh yeah, she's on top of it.
Yeah, she's just
shout out to Mother 9000.
Absolutely. We love you, Clara. You're awesome.
Rock, Clara.
But yeah, I'm not sure if it was an article I read off of her site or one of the other sites that I was running around through. But yeah, Ridley Scott was all for it, and then all of a sudden, Ridley Scott hates blah blah blah, and it's canned, and everybody's arguing, and it's a fight. Yeah, fight. Oh. But yeah, it would have been nice. But yeah, they weren't trying to erase Aliens or anything. It really was. I mean, they had the storyboards, they had the drawings, and
ADI, they're doing the tests.
Yeah, they keep releasing the director. Remind me his name again. I'm sorry. He did Chappie.
Mr. Blomkamp. Neil Blomkamp.
Blomkamp.
Wonderful.
That's it. Neil Blomkamp. Yeah, he every once in a while he'll pop another picture up on his social feed, whatever that is, and I usually wind up seeing it through, again, Mother 9000, because she always stays on top of that stuff. And that's where I get the majority of my information when it comes to things like that, especially artwork. There were some beautiful posters made for Alien for the celebration of the 40th anniversary that she had posted, and I cannot remember the name of the artist she was showcasing, but I do believe she did an interview.
Dane Hallett, I believe.
It might have been, yeah. I'm not
believe
sure.
So. Either way, I believe
beautiful.
I know which ones you're talking about, and they were really good.
Gorgeous drawings. There's been some amazing drawings.
Oh yeah, the Alien series, it brings out a lot of really talented people, and I guess it's because of maybe the Geiger origins.
Oh yeah, and I think the number one highlight for me for Alien, really, this year on their 40th anniversary, is a high school that had no money and a drama department that had no money and sold baked goods and went garbage collecting to make things out of whatever they could, and did the first ever play of Alien. And they redid it on 4/26 for Alien Day, and unbeknownst to them, Sigourney Weaver was in the audience, and she went backstage afterwards. Talk about flooring those kids. The video on YouTube of the
I love you, you're my hero.
Just,
oh my god. That's so great.
Yes, it's just, I mean, really, again, it's that, it's what gives me joy. It's what gives me joy about this film, and has given me joy about this film since I first saw it, that very first night. It's become such an important part of my life, and God loves my poor husband. I've got alien stuff literally all over the frigging house. Face huggers, eggs, big chaps, you name it, it's here. I mean, you see, I've got chest bursters. I've got one of the casts of the Alien Resurrection heads. Signed by the artist. Yeah, I've got, you know, the sculpture that there were. It's a sculpture. It was on tour. You were looking at a whole bunch of alien artwork, and you come to a blank spot where you're like, there should be something here, and all there is a little card, and it says, "Look up."
Oh no!
And there's an alien. There's an alien crawling down the wall at you. So, mine. Yeah. So yeah, I've collected a whole bunch of stuff. I've been very fortunate. I've gotten a lot of stuff over the years, including a full cast from Aliens signed picture. Tom Woodruff Jr. gave me one of his from Aliens when he's jumping out behind Newt, and he signed that, as well as one that he did, I think, from AVP, where he's in the hero puppet suit. So back before he had love handles, as he said. Poor Tom Woodruff. I love those guys at ADI. Tom Woodruff and Alex Gillis are awesome. They're amazing. And they studied under the master himself, who unfortunately we've also recently lost, which was Stan Winston. We've lost so many movie greats in the past few years. It's just heartbreaking, to say the least. But yeah. But yeah, I was disappointed that they didn't have a panel this year for the 40th anniversary with Ridley and Sigourney Weaver. I mean, if nothing else, and Veronica Cartwright. Great. Now I forgot his name. Captain Dallas. He's been in every movie, including another one I love, which is Contact. But I can't.
He was in Contact. Tom Skerritt.
Yep.
I didn't know he was in Contact.
Skerritt.
Was it pre-mustache or post-mustache? Because he's locked into that thing.
Yeah, he had the mustache. He played the project supervisor that cuts off her funding, and then winds up stepping in to be the first one to take the ride. And that guy with the bomb is in there, and she's trying to warn him. There's a guy in there with a bomb, and he gets blown up, and then she takes the ride instead, because they built the second one.
Spoilers.
Yep, spoilers, big time spoilers.
Spoilers for a movie that's 25 years old now, I think. Which I think is the last time I think I saw it on like cable when I was like 10.
It's an awesome movie. It's an awesome
what I remember
movie.
It was pretty cool. Like they did. Well, I don't want to give it away. Yeah, just check out Contact. It's cool, and I'm going to too. Actually, I'm going to revisit that.
Check out Contact and check out SETI. You know, your computer can be helping SETI in its off time when you're not using it. which is never, but it could happen. No, but yeah, it's an amazing film. It too was another great film, science fiction film with a strong female lead who did a very good job in a very subdued manner. And I loved it. She played, I think, opposite Matthew McConaughey.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I usually everything Jodie Foster's in is pretty good. Like she was even in, like I know not a lot of people loved it, but it was Neil Blomkamp's his follow-up to District 9, I think, the Elysium. She was like the villain in that, and I thought she was pretty good. She had this like accent that was kind of unique. I thought she did a great job.
I have not seen that. I have not
It's an interesting movie. Like there's like very cool kind of like sentry robots that Matt Damon has to fight, and he has to. There's a very kind of interesting, though maybe not subtle kind of mess.
I take it back. I have seen it.
Well, it's just that memorable.
Well, no, you said Matt Damon and robots. They put that suit on him. They attached it to his spine, correct?
Yes, exactly.
He was in that accident. Okay, yes, I do remember. I did see that. That was a good movie. That was a lot of fun.
And Chappie was all right too. He I think Neil Blomkamp, if he dips his toes in the larger creative pool that is Alien, I think something good could really come out.
Oh, definitely. Especially with Sigourney Weaver on board. James Cameron is on board, and hopefully Ridley Scott is on board. He said he was. I don't know what's happening with that, but at this point, I can't really blame Ridley Scott for anything because, again, like I said, I feel he's been treated horribly by his fellow artists and community, and has never gotten the recognition he so well deserves. And I don't understand why that is. I just don't get that. He's been fantastic, and as has Sigourney Weaver. I don't know if she got any other Oscar nominations.
I know she did for the Diane Fossey movie, Gorillas in the Mist.
That's right. She did. That's right.
And I think Working Girl too. And maybe she should have. If she wasn't nominated, I don't think she won a Golden Globe actually for Working Girl, but not an Oscar. Which is good enough.
Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, I was lucky enough to see her on Broadway, and she was fantastic.
When was that? Was that when she was doing she did a good play. I didn't see it, but I heard great things. And there was a movie that she did too, The Boys.
No,
like firefighters.
This was in between Alien and Aliens, and as a matter of fact, she was late to Aliens because she had to finish up this commitment that she was doing on Broadway. And for the life of me, I mess up the name of the stupid play every time. I can't remember the name of the play.
Oh gosh. Well, no, I can't think of I know I couldn't name a single production she has done like theatrically wise besides The Boys. So, gosh.
I keep thinking of this one name, and that's not the name of the play. If you do love Sigourney Weaver, there is a movie she did shortly after Alien that had Mel Gibson in it. Yes, I know, not everybody's favorite actor. This is way before Mel Gibson went off the deep end. So way before that.
Before Lethal Weapon, even, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. But it is a fantastic film based on the movie is fictional, but the events that they're depicting actually were occurring in Java at the time. but the name of the film is called Year of Living Dangerously. The Year of Living Dangerously. Is it Linda Hunt, I believe?
I think she won an Oscar. Oh, yeah, she did.
Yes, because she played, and nobody knew it. Nobody knew it was a woman, but she plays a man in the film, and everybody thought it was a man. And then she came on to accept her Oscar, and they were like, "Oh my God, it's a woman!" But yeah, she was fantastic. Another fantastic actress. But Sigourney Weaver was absolutely fantastic in that movie.
Did she have an accent in that? I can't remember.
Yes.
Because I saw it years and years and years ago.
Yeah, she plays a British... I think she says she's like in the secretarial pool or something like that, but I think she truly was into cryptology. I'm not sure, but it's kind of vague what it is that she does. She works at the embassy, though. This is back in the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. Is the time frame of the movie. There was a lot of political unrest. There were a lot of people trying to bring the Communist Party to power. There's a lot of unrest and a lot of poverty in that part of the world as it is. And yeah, it's just sad. It was a heart-wrenching movie, but it's beautiful. It's a beautiful movie. Absolutely stunningly shot and fantastically acted. Yes, even Mel Gibson. But that was way before he was anybody. I don't know if he was even Mad Max yet. Well, I think he was Mad Max already, because that's kind of what put him on the map, but that's about it. But yeah, Sigourney, if you ever want to check out an older Sigourney Weaver movie, and I want to say it's the next movie she did after Alien. I may be mistaken, but I think it is.
It might have been.
The Year of Living Dangerously, where she plays a completely different woman.
She doesn't do accents that often. That's really kind of interesting. I think more people should seek that out.
Yeah, she was also in another great sci-fi movie that I loved called Paul, which I'm sure you.
Oh yeah.
That was hilarious. She does funny so well. Galaxy Quest. Oh God, she was great in that.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Her famous line in that, air shafts, why is it always air shafts?
Who writes this crap?
Yeah, who writes this crap? The choppy, smashy things. But yeah, she's great in everything that she's done, and I just love her. And I love the fact that she's never compromised on anything in her career. She's never lost weight to any director that's asked her, well, we want you to lose a bunch of weight so you look nice and skinny, like women should look. She's basically told to take a long walk off a short pier. She's all woman, and I love that. She looks how she looks, and she's, she encourages other young women and girls to accept themselves for who they are and embrace, their bodies and their minds, and not fall trapped to, these societal pressures to be thin and perfect, because there is no such thing. You'll never reach that. There's no such thing as perfect. and she's been involved in so many causes. She's really used her notoriety to, again, better the world, and in a humble, quiet way. And I've really taken that to heart. From when I first saw her, and when you first see her in Alien, you're glued to the screen. You're watching this group of people trying to make it through these horrific situations. Although one comment about Alien I've always wanted to ask is, how come when Dallas is in the air shaft looking for the alien so he can fry it, and Lambert screaming, "Oh God, it's moving," but she can't tell him where it's moving from. Is it moving from my left, my right, up, down? Could you tell me? Give me something, woman.
Towards you. Thanks. Or that was kind of
exactly.
a funny thing about the Cracked comic. I did a video on that a while back, where they replicated that scene, and it was like, do you see it, Dallas? Where is it? It's eating me.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of those items, by the way, that I was telling you about that you'll get at some point. There's two of them. One you can look at, one that's encased in plastic and folded and whole nine. So if you never actually held the actual magazine in your hands, you will get to hold the actual magazine. It's yours.
Do you recall, like, the first of your Alien collections? Like, what was the first thing that you remember getting?
I took the poster from the theater. I went to see it at. Yeah, I went up to them and I said, "Can I have the poster?" They're like, "Oh yeah, sure." We got like 10 more in the back, and I was like, "Great, thanks."
Wow.
And off I walked with it. Nice giant egg. Although I never did get that picture, to be really honest with you. The egg cracked with the green light coming out of it, because it doesn't really.
Yeah, well, it at least implies there is some kind of egg, I guess, and there's something nefarious about it. Maybe even that trailer that they did, like, because they show it like cracking open and the light coming out too.
Yeah, definitely. I also got the because I don't know, for some reason, I think it was Kenner. I want to say it was Kenner. For some reason, they thought a great idea was to make a game for children who are obviously going to go watch this movie. Not. Back then, you couldn't get into movies like that, trust me. It wasn't happening, not for a 7 to 8 year old, which is who this board game was geared to. So I've got two of those, one that's in really crappy condition that I leave out so I can look at it, and the other one that's in pristine condition that I leave wrapped up. I tend to get two of everything, a crappy one that I can look at and one that's in pristine condition, so it stays that way. But that and a puzzle of the xenomorphs that they made with Jones the cat in his little cat box. So those were some of the first few things that I got because they were just coming out. Oh, and the Alien collection cards. I literally have. Oh
yeah, I see those. They're still making like circulations on like social media. I see it on like Pinterest all the time, Instagram. Those are pretty cool.
I've never opened them. So God bless anybody that ever gets that. If you do, don't open it. Please, if you do not eat the gun. It's probably really bad now. I bought the entire box. I bought them by the box full. It's kind of okay.
Well, maybe it's like wine, and it improves with age.
Or I don't think so, because the gum that they used to make for baseball cards back then was really rancid. So I'm thinking that probably wasn't much better, because the Star Wars card collection that I collected religiously and got all of them, only for them to become lost somewhere along my travels. Very sad. But yeah, no more Star Wars cards. But yeah, I had the whole collection gone, stickers and everything. But yeah, those were fun. But yeah, I've always been a nerd. I truly am a scientist. I know I've had some people ask me, why do you always put PhD after your name? Because I'm a PhD. And by the way, I really did have somebody, I'm a geomorphologist, which is a fancy geologist for those of you who don't know. And my specialty was volcanology and plate tectonics, glacial movement, but mostly volcanology. I was taken out to dinner by a group that I had previously done stage work for. And the girlfriend of the leader, who didn't go to dinner with us because he was too busy being the leader, she skipped up and asked what we were celebrating, and they were, oh, she got her PhD, and it's like, oh wow, like what'd you get it in? And I told her that got it in volcanology, and I kid you not, without missing a beat, she says this, oh my God, I did not know you could get like an advanced degree for studying Star Trek. That is so cool.
Well, to be honest, that's what I would have probably thought too. And I would have done the sign, live long and prosper.
I was going to, but the keyboard has kicked me underneath the table really hard, and I still have a dent in my shin from his pointy cowboy boots. But yeah, he was like, shut up, please don't say anything, because she'll go upstairs and cry, and then the thing from beyond will come down, because it will be mad, because its girlfriend is crying. So yeah, that would have been total xeno horror show going on in the hotel. So yeah. Craziness. But yeah, she actually said that to me. The only person that's ever said that to me. Everybody else seemed to catch on that, okay, geomorphology, yep, let's see, geo, that means earth, morph, changing, ology usually means study of, so study of the changing earth, okay, got it. Volcanoes, got it. So yeah, she really thought I studied Spock.
Most illogical.
I know. Too bad I didn't know Vulcan. I could have laid down some Vulcan on her.
I'm sure there are people who... Wait, isn't Vulcan just English? I actually have no idea.
No, I thought Vulcan was like close to that other language in that new reboot of the Star Trek thing with, is it Chris Pratt that plays, or Chris Pine that plays Kirk, the young Kirk?
Well, don't get me started on that. They blow up Vulcan in that fucking.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow, come on, guys.
Yeah, the guys who blew up Vulcan.
Subverting expectations.
Those guys, their language supposedly is close to the Vulcan language. I thought. Maybe I misheard that.
Well, I'll be completely honest. I'm not as educated in Star Trek as I am in Star Wars or Alien.
Yeah, me neither. I just, I was really happy when Star Wars came out because that meant I didn't have to watch Star Trek anymore. Sorry, anybody who loves Star Trek, but yeah. Michelle,
the actress. I'm still thinking about the actress's name. Michelle something, isn't it?
No.
I
think so. Somebody in Alien Theory will know her name and go, hey, you idiot.
Please comment below. Let us know Uhura's actress's name. Please,
definitely, because she has done and is still doing, as far as I know, still doing great things. I think she's still with us. I hope she's still with us. She's an amazing woman, and she came along during an amazing time. Trust me, it was there. I lived it. So yeah, it was a scary time growing up down south. Definitely. a lot of rage.
Unlike today, fortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't.
I say sarcastically.
You'd think 2019 would be over that crap, but apparently we're not, unfortunately. I just, So I retreat into Alien, and everything's good because xenomorphs don't care. They're not picky.
That's the thing. They don't discriminate. They just want to take over and continue their species. And maybe they should. I don't know.
They want to eat
not as hot shit as we think we are as humans. Maybe they're the big dominant species. We just don't know it yet.
Exactly. I'm interested to see what this third film's going to do. Are they ever going to make it?
I really am too.
Will Daniels remember?
Oh, I think Daniels is done. I think she's on the slab, unfortunately.
Probably.
At least that's kind of my impression. Yeah. Like the impression that they leave us with Alien Advent, the short on the home video release. There's kind of an implication that David did or is about to do something that will make her an alien queen. I don't know, but whether or not they actually commit that to a movie, I don't think we'll see that.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I wondered about that myself because I know he's talking to Tennessee, and Tennessee's like, "Oh, okay, so she's in isolation, but she's fine." And okay, great. Like a dokey. Way to write somebody off a show. Surprise, you're not there anymore. It's kind of like Elizabeth Shaw. Who were
and Hicks and Noon.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. I really wish. And people, please stop blaming David Fincher. It was not his fault. The poor man was dropped down in the middle of hell. And then just badgered constantly by Fox. But anything that went wrong with that movie had nothing to do with any of the actors or David Fincher. I did see somebody write something about the way the alien runs. They weren't really keen on the running scenes when you're running with the alien as the alien. I think I mentioned that in a post, or I said that to you in a text or something. I was talking about John Dykstra, who originally was partnered with George Lucas for ILM, and they parted company over differencing of opinions. That happens. But too many egos, one room, kind of thing, probably. But anyways, the scope or the camera that they used for that, it was actually Dykstra scope, and it was the first time it was ever used in a movie, was for Alien 3. And it rotated 360 degrees, so it could film in frame 360 degrees and keep you in frame. So you were running like the alien on the floor, the wall, the ceiling, and everything. And I thought that was pretty cool because you got to see everything from the alien's point of view, and you're running as if you are the alien. It kind of kicked off that whole fad of kind of showing things like a first-person video game thing, like Doom did after a while. I think Doom tried that.
A little bit. The hallways in Doom do kind of remind me of like the Leadworks. But it was just so like innovative what they did in 1992, and I think the work is incredible. But if it stands up perfectly, I wouldn't say it does. But all that work that they put into it, just for people to say the CGI doesn't look good. No, it's not CGI. Oh gosh, people still think it's CGI.
Yeah, it's not. It's all in camera, and I mean you're talking about a time when all that technology was in its infancy. So the fact that they got it done at all is great. And kudos to everybody who did it. I mean, when Star Wars came out, George Lucas and had to build, ILM literally had to build a computer. They didn't have a computer. There were no computers, people. I know, shocking.
What?
Gather around, children. Gather
But there were
around.
iPhones, right? iPhones and iPads.
No,
What?
no. Gather round, children. I shall tell you the tale of the landline.
The elder millennial.
Yes, exactly. Check her out. Eliza on Netflix. Little bump up for her. She's awesome. Show's called Elder Millennial. You'll totally get it. But yeah, it really, I mean, the fact that they got Star Wars shot at all is amazing. And then Alien.
I do like how within this interview, we are actually given some pretty good recommendations, guys. So if you want to check out, we should give a list of everything that we've mentioned, and then have people
right?
Seek it out. That is kind of what I want to do with the the Crew Quarters channel. Like, aside from Alien stuff, I would like to talk about other movies that, say, Sigourney Weaver's done, like Year of Living Dangerously or Gorillas in the Mist, or just any movie that was in some 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon related to Alien. So that's kind of what I hope to do.
Definitely.
On the Crew Quarters.
Definitely. And I think Alien has contributed so much to so many different films that but it's done so quietly and humbly. It's never clamored for recognition, and it's never beaten the door down saying, "Hey, we did that first." No, it's been very dignified and very quiet and humble. Although there have been several films, like you say, that have kind of tried to rip it off, but they ruin it by showing the monster. But I mean, that really made Alien by not showing the xenomorph. It made it all that more frightening when you're finally confronted with it. And the actor's dedication to taking on that role and Eager building the suit onto him so it fit him perfectly. He took mime classes, ballet classes, so he could learn to come up and roll unnaturally like an animal would. I mean, it's just beautiful.
Out of all the Alien designs we've seen, do you have a preference of the special effects work, or just a specific Alien design that appeals to you personally?
Each movie brought its own version, which I loved. There was something special about each evolution of the xenomorph that we saw throughout the movies. I mean, so even Alien Resurrection, I love the swimming aliens, something we'd never seen before. That was awesome to see, especially, it's swimming and grabbing the one crew member and pulling her back, and then leaping straight out and grabbing onto, great, now I can't remember his name either. Keep wanting to call him Frenchie, and that's not his name, even though he is French. But yeah, he's the guy in the wheelchair.
Dominique Pinon.
Yeah, I love him.
Are you expecting Santa Claus? He's great.
Exactly. Yeah. I love him. He's wonderful. I'm correct. You said that was the only American film he's ever done, correct?
As far as I know, I know he may have worked with Jean-Pierre Jeunet before, I think, in maybe Delicatessen or City of Lost Children, but he from what I recall of the making of behind the scenes stuff, he almost sort of had to learn his lines phonetically because he wasn't quite attuned to the language. So Yeah, I haven't seen him in anything since, at least not American. So I do think it's his first and only U.S. English language film.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen him in a lot of French movies, and he's just a wonderful actor to watch. And he's really great playing, especially doing character parts. He's just fantastic at that. I love watching him act. He's a great. He has a very wide range.
I think people can fault Alien Resurrection for a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of problems with the movie, but definitely not the cast. It's a brilliant cast, and the designs are great. The underwater scene, it's like, I mean, people can give low ratings to the movie, say there's things wrong with the movie, but that underwater scene, that was a huge undertaking, which I think like almost killed Ron Perlman, or even like Sigourney Weaver, I think. Had
and poor Tom Woodruff Jr. from ADI. He's in the hero alien costume, and it's like they had to keep reminding the safety divers who were bringing them their air supplies that, hey, aim for the neck, because that's where his head was, and his mouth. Don't go looking for his mouth up and the mouth, because you won't find it in
to show how good the work is that they do. They think it's like almost like anatomically correct and is a real creature.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I always felt bad because every time they literally had to haul him out of the water via cables, because the suit was so heavy, especially the head, because it just kind of filled up with water the whole time he was down there. But they've got some great scenes of him practicing swimming in full costume in his backyard swimming pool. And it just looks so great. I mean, there's no set, no anything. It's just he and great. The guys at ADI are going to murder this woman. She can't remember anybody's name. What's wrong with her?
I know. Alec Gillis, right?
Yes, Alec. Thank you, Alec Gillis. Alec Gillis,
we would never forget you.
Helping. No, never. Helping pull him along, but just watching him swim in his backyard pool, it's like, Jesus, can you imagine walking out back and that's in your pool? I would go nuts. It's fantastic.
Speaking of that, we've talked previously about this, but you have a very, I would say, unique, is the best way of putting it, a very unique method of home security. Could you explain that a little bit for those not in the know? And little children should not be listening to this. It's scary. Unless it's Halloween.
Yeah, well, even Halloween, probably not the best idea on Halloween, unless you live where I do, where we don't get anybody that comes by because we're out in the country, and that's fine. But apparently people have lost the ability to actually read, and the 27 no solicitation signs posted all over, not really, I don't have that many, I'm just kidding, but
so 26.
Like 5 or 6 of them. Yeah, 26. No, but there's 5 or 6 no solicitation signs posted at various levels, mostly eye level, the door like I said before, I'm in a wheelchair. So at the beginning of the ramp on both sides, on the house, on the little canopy that covers the ramp, it's everywhere. So it's even on the damn mailbox. So if you can't see a no solicitation sign, I just don't get that. Which means, including the huge sign on my door that says, person bedridden, cannot answer the door, and yet they will still bang on the door. So I got sick of that and came up with my own solution. And also, like I said previously, I put myself through college and graduate school by doing lighting and rigging and building sets and doing tours and things like that for concerts, and also a lot of plays and stage work and yada, yada, yada. But anyways, as being somebody who's had a great fascination of special effects, and seriously, my dream growing, as I was in my early 20s, was dream job work at ILM. I mean, come on.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
later it was like, after that, actually, ILM, I skipped over that and was like, screw ILM, I want to work for Stan Winston. And then it was like, screw that, I want to work for ADI. I want to work for those guys because they're having fun and that looks like just great stuff. And yeah, it's hard work, but I don't care about that. It's fun and it's very just interesting to me, everything that they do. So I rigged up after studying many, many drawings from H.R. Geiger, who put out his full diary that you can get. I believe it's called Alien, and it's the H.R. Geiger. It says Alien on it. I'm staring at it right now, but that's all I can see for the title. So if there's more to the title, I'm sorry, I don't know. But just look up H.R. Geiger on Amazon and Alien, and you will see his book. It's his diary from working on that movie. And it's both in his native tongue and translated into English as well. But it's got all of his diagrams and everything. So I actually went back to that, sketched everything out, and made several actual functioning eggs along with mechanisms, let's put it that way, mechanisms that would help it open. It makes the actual slurpy noise, that wonderful slurping noise that you hear in Alien that I just love after John Hurt touches it. He's like, I just have to touch the egg. Like, oh, everybody.
Why do they always do it? Every movie from 1979.
I don't know.
Just avoid the egg. Don't stick your head in the egg. But then these people who come by your residence, they're not reading the signs. They're not heeding your very clear warning. So I mean, it's fair game at this point.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, so I hid the mechanisms to trigger said eggs underneath the gravel, and I switch it up from time to time.
So would they step on like an activation kind of like sensor or pressure point, or how exactly would that work?
Yeah, they step on an activation pad that they don't know is there. You can't feel it. You just think you're walking on the gravel, and all of a sudden, if you're paying attention, which most of them aren't, there's that noise as it opens up, and all of a sudden there's springing face huggers everywhere. Because once you set off one, they all go off. Yeah, it's great. And just to keep things interesting, I went out and got, when I was working for the USGS, I would put up the wildlife motion sensor. I got a bunch of those that they were getting ready to get rid of because they were still in good shape. Hey, it's the government. What can I say? They get rid of good stuff and buy more good stuff. Good stuff. And but it still has night vision and full color and all that good stuff. And I've got film of it, watching the reactions of everybody, especially if their vehicle has rolled up on the sensor and all of a sudden they're splattered at all side window, everything, with a bunch of face huggers. The looks on people's faces is just great. I mean,
I have to see this footage. You realize that I need to take a look.
I really need to splice all that together and put it in a movie, and I just haven't done. Well, one, I'm afraid I'm going to be sued by whoever, and two,
they had a fair warning. No solicitors.
How dare
clear
you?
as day. You should add to that, like a little asterisk. You may be filmed as well, and put on the internet, and everyone laughs at you.
Exactly. I mean, after so many times of people banging on the door and me having to open the curtain and knock on the window, because the bed I'm in, the hospital bed I'm in, is right next to the front window, which is next to the door. So I have to tap on the window and, give the what sign, like, yes. And they're like, oh, we want to talk to you today. And it's like, okay, first off, if I'm going to have a Jehovah's Witness show at my house, at least you could have sent Prince, and, when he was alive. And,
Well,
at
let's hope
least you
so.
could have sent Prince. And, but no, it's never that. It's some religious group or some cookie, candy, whatever selling people for God knows what. And it's like, no, or lawn clipping service or whatever. And it just gets really annoying after a while. I mean, the amount of people that would just come and knock on the door and keep knocking and keep knocking and keep knocking. And say, well, there's 2 cars in their driveway, so I know they're home. And this big sign that's right in my face that says she can't answer the door. Well, there's 2 cars in the driveway, so surely somebody's there that can answer the door, right? And there's a dog barking, so.
They're
But
persistent. You got to give them that. I guess they got like
actually,
a quota or something like that. I'm not sure how all. Well, like I don't know if in your region it's a concern, but in Canada, in Ontario, we have very high concerns. Even like the government gets involved and like puts out little advertisements to warn people. But there's so many scams, like specifically about like water heaters, things like that. They try to like tell you they're with the government and scam you and things like that. I think that would be perfect to ward off the scammers specifically. The annoying ones, sure, but it's got to feel extra good if it's someone trying to scam you and take it for your money.
It was definitely worth it for the really creepy guy that showed up and wouldn't leave my driveway and kept coming back, trying to offer me roofing services. And I kept telling him to leave. And this was somebody who the dog did not bark at. Instead, she did her nice deep chest growl, which, dogs are really awesome at letting you know who's a good person and who is not a good person. And I didn't need the dog for any help with this guy because, he just had, hey, I'm nuts. Let me into your home. Yeah, no. But he kept coming back. And the second and parked in my driveway, I had already called the sheriff. I said, look, this out driveway. I told him to leave. He's parked in my driveway and will not leave. By the time the sheriff had gotten there, and the sheriff said, well, I'll drive by a couple times tonight. So sure enough, the guy comes back forward and over one of the sensors and got just nailed. And it was so worth it. Hashtag so worth it.
Now, to what extent do the facehuggers work? Do they just jump out, or could they possibly like latch on or anything like that? How advanced are these?
On.
Oh my God! Do they impregnate the hosts too? How much?
No, they don't. They don't extend anything or whatever. But it does have a nice little suctiony thing in the middle there. That once it smacks onto the window, it'll stick there for a minute. Because trust me, they're all covered in large quantities of KY. So. They get to not only deal with that, but then they have to clean their windshield as well. But they'll stick there for a second and slowly climb down the window, and their little fingers will move as that's going on independently, which is awesome because it looks like little spiders going down the window. It's cool. But the looks on people's faces, especially if they get one literally in the face, is just priceless. The screams, the screams of horror and the yelling and the running, and then they finally realize, wait a minute, this is a movie.
Well, yeah, does like word spread around like among solicitors? Like, watch out for that house. It's the alien lady. That's the alien queen.
I don't get many solicitors. I don't get many solicitors anymore. And the one Halloween that we did have people, and maybe that they don't more. What I had that full alien head hanging out of the window with probably a few people as well because very accurate. Hey, it's Halloween. Time to dress up the house. You're coming over to my house. It's Alien. Alien 24 hours a day. 365. But yeah, really, really good. They work really well. And I finally worked around because initially when I made the eggs, I had to use an air compressor to shoot them off. And that was too loud. So, I mean, I wound up running very long hoses a very long way away in order to let the air compressor charge in the backyard where they couldn't really hear it. That way it kept them permanently charged. And then I found a much quieter, better way to do it via a small generator and a springy mechanism device. So that's great. But yeah, the tails are all coiled in there. So when it opens, it literally pops up like a springing toy off its tail and launches itself. And as it launches, it opens up from its, closed position and then smacks onto whatever it smacks onto. But even just
incredible.
When it passes by somebody's face. But yeah, the videos are great. They're fun to watch.
You gotta edit something. You send it to like ADI or so. I'm sure they get a kick out of that.
That's
a true honor.
They would be like, who is this person and why are they ripping us off? Let's sue them.
No, they're cool.
But I love you. Don't do that. You guys are
cool,
awesome.
right?
Seriously. I worship you. Your guerrilla work is amazing. Please don't sue me. So yeah, I do have tremendous respect for everything that they do, and everything I've ever seen of theirs is fantastic. And they earn their chops the honest way. They work long, hard hours under the master, Stan Winston. They learn their trade from the best, and it definitely shows. I was a little discouraged that Ridley did not use them because it was my understanding, and I could be incorrect in this, but it was my understanding that when Tom Woodard and Alec Gillis decided to create Studio ADI as a parting gift, Stan Winston gave them the Alien franchise to get them started. He had a tremendous amount of respect for them. They had been very good interns and they had worked very hard for him. But he had a bunch of the Jurassic films coming up and a bunch of all of that, which was going to be taking all of his time. And there's just only so much somebody can do in a day, And since they had been involved in Aliens, and Tom Woodruff had been stuffed in that suit in Aliens, and did most of the close-up hero puppet.
And he probably thought in 85, 86, "Ooh, this is tough. I'll never have to put on this suit again, though." That's great.
Yeah. Then
surprise.
Yeah, because he was like, "Yeah, I don't think the Aliens got love handles."
I can start eating burgers now. Great. Wait, Alien 3? What? They're making it? Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, "Great. I'm on a carrot and celery diet again." But yeah, he looked great. But yeah, every movie a special xenomorph. I mean, even AVP. I love Grid. I love the one that got that. And I think a lot of people do. He's got that attitude thing, the little snarl he gives, like, "Yeah, bring it."
And
I mean,
just for something so simple as like, uh, absolutely, there's a personality, but just something as so simple as putting that, grid on him through the net that burned through him. I thought that was such a clever kind of move to make your, hero xenomorph stand out a little bit more in the film.
oh,
So I'm not sure if
absolutely.
that was attributed to Paul Anderson or if it was ADI's kind of design and their
I
kind of
believe it was
idea.
all, yeah, that was all ADI, and that's Tom Woodruff Jr. in that suit, and that's him doing all the. He did all the stunt work. He's the one crawling down the wall. He's the one doing everything. Um, now I think if they made an Alien one now, he probably wouldn't be. But yeah, I was surprised in Prometheus and Covenant that they did not work with ADI because, again, it was my understanding. Well, I'm not sure about the Stan Winston giving them the franchise part. That's what I understood. That was my understanding, but that may just be a misconception on my part. But I do know that ADI is in charge of the Alien franchise. So for them not to be included in Prometheus and Covenant, I found a little disconcerting and kind of disrespectful, especially with the great respect that Ridley had for Alien and the direction that James Cameron took with it. And, he was very pleased with it and very pleased with the work that was done on it. I don't know what happened there. It may have been a union thing because it was an English film crew or something, and I think they used Weta. I'm not for certain. You would probably know better, but they didn't use Studio ADI is the point. And granted, Prometheus, we just have the Octo Baby and or Squid Baby, if that's what you want to call it. And what were we calling that? The Deacon creature that pops out of the engineer at the end. If you watch the extended and all the thing version. But yeah, they weren't involved in any of that. And I don't know, it was just kind of off-putting because both Alec Gillis and Tom Woodruff Jr. spent hours out of great in wanting to honor his work, and that they did of his constructs too. I mean, each movie obviously had a different look to the alien. Some for lighting and effect reasons, and some because they were trying to show, like in Alien 3, what happens then. Then you get Alien Resurrection. I mean, those xenomorphs look really cool, but they just weren't the same thing.
With Covenant doing that move with Scott, or I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the political or union reason may have been, but yeah, it was kind of a disappointment coming out of Covenant. With Prometheus, yeah, I could give that a pass because kind of the intention, at least at first, was, well, it's not really Alien, but it's set in the Alien universe. We're doing something different, and definitely there was more of a focus on sort of like a CGI, what they could do with that. But when the news comes in that, hey, Aliens in the title now, we're going to give you Alien Covenant, and we're going to have aliens in the movie, and we're going to have actual costumes and puppetry and things like that, which, unfortunately didn't turn out to be seen on screen.
Well, I mean, they had the face huggers, and
That's
they,
true.
but to be completely honest, none of Covenant made sense to me once I finally was able to watch it. Like I said yesterday, I did not, unfortunately, was not able to watch it in the movie theater very well. So I couldn't. If anybody, if that was the only time I was able to see Alien Covenant, and somebody said, "What did you think of Alien Covenant?" I would have been able to say, "I don't know." The door kept slamming, and I couldn't hear anything because people kept walking in front of me, and I couldn't see anything. So, yeah. But what did I think of Alien Covenant? I think the best parts of Alien Covenant were the little clips they gave us to get us excited for the movie on YouTube. And none of that made it into the movie for whatever reason. So we were completely lost from the very start. and then we had, it was like a ship of fools. So yeah, we're going to go to this planet that nobody's ever seen or discovered or knows anything about, and because of a John Denver song, and which in whatever year this is, that somebody would even remember even Tennessee, I'm sorry, that would even remember who John Denver was.
Hey, listen, easy on John Denver, okay? He's a legend. Easy. I'm only kidding.
Hey, I've worked many of his shows. He's a great folk singer. He really was. He did some really fun shows. But yeah, it was just, hey, let's go down to a planet and not wear any protective gear whatsoever. Okay. And let's go stick our nose in all these things and poke at it. Pokey, pokey, pokey. What is this? Pokey, poke, poke, poke. Oh, look, spores came out. I think I shall inhale them. Pokey, poke, poke, poke. Wonder why I'm feeling sick.
This evil marooned android, he seems perfectly nice, right? We should just let's go to his house and let's hang out with him for a little bit.
Yeah, because he wasn't creepy. He wasn't creepy from the moment he showed up. And I love Michael Fassbender. He did a fantastic job in that thing. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ridley. I love you. I love you, Ridley. I worship you. I worship at the altar of Ridley Scott. But whoever wrote those flute lines should be shot. Because I'm sorry.
But they all do the fingering line?
Yes. But you hold it and I'll do the fingering.
When I saw it, I just knew people were going to make fun of that the second. Like, that's just prime material, I think.
I was just like, really? Okay. Well, awesome. What's next? And especially because David is so ungodly creepy. Anyways, for him to say something like that and, mix up Byron and whatever. I'm not even going to get on that one. But yeah, it's, he's a broken android. He hasn't been fixed in all these years. He hasn't been updated. And so obviously he had quite literally a few screws loose. But yeah, Michael Fassbender did a great job, and it had to have been hard playing two totally different roles and constantly switching back and forth between the two. But he did a great job. He really did. He was one of the highlights of Covenant for me. But that whole scene with the two of them was just, dear Lord.
Go in for a closer look. It's perfectly safe, I assure you. What is it, David?
Yeah,
just look. I'll tell you later. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I was just screaming and threatening to kill you for murdering my precious, my Gollum precious over here. And but yeah, I'm going to trust you now because I have seen the devil. Okay. Well, since you've seen the devil, go look in that. Let me know what you think. Yeah, the whole movie was just, and then what's her name slipping on the same blood sploosh of yuckiness in the lab room when she's trying to save her friend. I'm sorry, that bordered on comic, and I definitely know that's not what he was going for at that moment. But she's getting eaten alive by this fastly growing protomorph, and they're actually those were the xenomorphs, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The white ones, the xenomorphs. Yeah. So she goes in, aims the gun, and promptly slips in the exact same spot in the exact same gob of goop that the other lady did. So it was like, really? We're going to Abbott and Costello this on top of everything else? Yikes. Yeah, it just didn't make sense. And then to sit there trying to shoot this thing at the fuel tanks. Really? There were just a lot of stupid things that went on in that movie that I just didn't get. I was like, these are supposed to be scientists and engineers and security ex-military folks on this, guiding the ship until they get to Orgai 8. And in all their scans, they didn't catch this one planet that's right there that saves them 8 years in hypersleep. And then poor James Franco, who was billed in this movie up the yazoo.
Oh, yeah. And he was in the
just
promotional material on the whole Last Supper thing, everything like that. And I thought, wow,
yeah.
James Franco, he's going to be in this movie. That's kind of interesting. I wonder how much he's going to be in it. Well,
yeah, apparently not much. Here's James Franco, I guess, normal and with a really harsh suntan, I guess.
Would you like your James Franco rare or well done? I don't know. Whatever you want.
Extra crispy.
Extra crispy. Barbecue.
Poor guy. He didn't even. And I mean, seriously, we're in the future here. We've got all these futuristic safety things, and there's no emergency. Open the sleep chamber button that you can push on the outside that ejects the. I mean, Jesus, the F-14 shoots the canopy off, and in case that doesn't work, the seat was built high enough so if the canopy didn't go off when you punched out, the top of the seat, which is above the pilot on the ejection seat, actually punched you through the canopy. So, I mean, if we could do that now, you're telling me we didn't have those kind of safety features in place in the future for a cryo sleep chamber? Come on. It just didn't
Let me check the script. Nope.
Somebody
That's
forgot
kind of the
this.
thing. Like, I think
there were just some aspects of that film that didn't make sense whatsoever. So, I mean, it was almost like Ridley Scott by that point was pissed off.
So I'm not sure what kind of happened with it. Like, I'll say there are so many great things about Alien Covenant, but yeah, it gets a little wacky. And like with Alien, the first Alien, still Ridley Scott, still, that same genius at work.
Hey, somebody described it on YouTube, and I think it was the funny channel we mentioned.
Everything wrong with, or CinemaSins.
Yeah, I think it was everything wrong with whatever, and I mean,
I think they're the same thing.
They're not. Are they?
I actually don't know. No, it's the same. The channel name is CinemaSins, and the series is Everything Wrong With, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I thought CinemaSins was Endings Explained, but I'm not sure. I could have those two mixed up. But no, I think you're right. I think Everything Wrong With is CinemaSins. And they mean everything in their little expose. It's just meant for humor. purposes, and some people get really mad. How dare you, blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, it's humor, guys, okay? Just humor. It's just trying to be funny. Don't get so emotionally, easy there. Slow the roll. Throttle back, as we used to say in the Navy, or at least in the F-14 community. Throttle back, man. Throttle back.
I like that. I think I'll use that next time. If I get like someone a little nasty in the comments, like, hey, throttle back.
Throttle back, man.
You served in the Navy. Now, you also told me, and I got to talk about this. I mean, you're out there, you're in service, so you got to make it interesting. You got to have fun. And obviously you love Alien and all things Alien and want to, incorporate that. How did you do that when in service?
Take anywhere from 5,500 to 7,000 people, put them on an aircraft carrier, put them out in the middle of the ocean, and you are effectively on the Nostromo, first off, because you're not getting off the ship unless you want to swim with the sharks, literally. And it's a long way down from the flight deck, just FYI. So don't get pinned in the backwash, because that's not a good place to be. Trust me. It happens to everybody. Every single person's been there who's been on the flight deck. And yes, I have too. And you're grabbing the little cleat on the non-skid, praying that you'll one day be able to breathe again, because all you just breathed in was all the oxygen has been sucked out of the air and has been replaced by pure heat. Oh. And you cannot breathe. But so you do things to amuse yourself, like, practical jokes, especially on new sailors, because that's always fun, because they'll do anything, because they'll believe anything, like, male buoy watch, monkey watch,
Monkey
and they'll
watch.
go literally, yes, monkey watch, for, yeah.
Is it exactly as that sounds?
Yeah.
Keep an eye out.
Here's your pole, and go stand on the flight deck in case we pass by any trees with monkeys, because if they get on the deck, they're really hard to get off. And new sailors will do it every freaking time, or they used to. We're not allowed to do that anymore. Because that is considered hazing. Because apparently now in the military, unbeknownst to me, between the time I retired and now, apparently they now issue you feelings in your sea bag. So everybody has feelings, and they actually issue you and I'm not kidding about this, they actually issue you a stress card.
A stress card?
Yes. So if you're feeling stressed at boot camp, you can hold up your little stress card. So you won't get yelled at, which you can't get yelled at boot camp anymore, because you're not allowed to yell at the new recruits anymore either. Because, we're the new improved military, where everybody has feelings and everybody's a winner and everybody's special.
So yeah, when I think of military, the first thing I think of is like Full Metal Jacket. It's like, you little scumbag. Yeah.
Exactly. The best part of you ran down okay. I won't finish that. But anyways, on the ship.
We all know the quote. Okay.
Yeah. On the ship, since I get easily bored, I actually I named him Hugs, but Hugs #1. So I made Hugs, and I made a fully articulated face hugger, doing exactly what ADI did. So I studied that before I went out, and then made the face hugger that they made in the movie, where they put basically the rolling toy that articulated the legs and moved the tail, so they could do that one shot in the infirmary when Ripley and Newt are trapped there. Right. So it looks like it's actually moving, and it's very easily done with a simple little pull toy mechanism. That's all it takes. And putting extender bar and putting that down the tail lashes the tail back and forth. It just weaves naturally. And you just add a nice coating of slime. And then I got the thinnest, is that poly filament fishing line? I think
monofilament.
Monofilament, thank you. Monofilament fishing line. So it's invisible, basically. And I attached it to Hugs and then gave it lots of lead and attached the other end to my belt loop. So Hugs would follow me around the P, what we call on a ship P-ways, which is short for passageway. And so Hugs would follow me, but I would be around a corner already, and Hugs would be just going down the P-way by himself, and you'd hear people flying out of the way and screaming, and all sorts of fun to be had. And people were always doing stuff like that because seriously, you got to do something when you're out at sea for 6 to 8 months to a year, depending on what's going on. And if you can't do something to make people laugh, because they, after the initial shock, they realize it's a joke, obviously, and they get into it. And so much so that my CO took, when I left my command, he asked if he could have Hugs, and he took Hugs on the last official F-14 launch and flight, because as people may or may not know, the F-14 is no more, which is severely tragic. I just can't even talk about it. But but Hugs went up, so I got pictures of Hugs attached to the canopy, crawling all over the canopy. And then at one point, he put Hugs on his that they wear in the jets. So that was hilarious.
That is pretty awesome.
Those are great pictures. But and the U.S. flag next to it. So that was really awesome because we just got done taking care of some business that was needed to be taken care of after 9/11. So it was great being in the service during that time. And trust me, I am a very peace-loving person, and I don't believe that war answers any questions whatsoever. However, there are times when we must stand up as a unified world and say, no, this is not right. And the prime example, World War II. Horrible things happened there, and people stood up and did the right thing, thankfully. Or this would be a very different conversation we're having right now. Probably in German.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Guten Tagen. Mein Name ist
Ne sprechen Deutsch, no.
Yeah. Da. Or Russian. It just depends. But crazy times. But there are times when we need to come together as a unified world and say, no, this will not do, and this is not acceptable. Do I wish we could never have wars again? Yeah, that would be great. Seeing as we can't even seem to get past racism, probably going to have war with us for a long time, unfortunately. And to me, all that equals is a lot of messed up and or deceased young men and women who give their all for their countries. But, I am proud of being a veteran. I'm proud that I got to serve. I definitely took Ripley with me into that as well. More of the aliens, Ripley, of course, but I had a job to do, and I did my job, and I was proud to be part of the team that, helped stop what was going on, which was some very horrible things, and stop a lot of other horrible things that were happening to the absolutely fantastically wonderful people of Afghanistan, who are some of the warmest, most generous, and loving, kind people I've ever met. Unfortunately, they've all gotten a bad name because of a few religious fanatics who chose to decide things for everybody, which is how it always starts. But yeah, I think the comedian Eddie Izzard, who I love, said it perfectly one time. He was talking about, is there really a God? Well, I think if there was a God, you'd think he would have reached down through a window at some point when Hitler was talking, kind of Monty Python style, and flicked Hitler's head off. And, he kind of has a point. So, yeah, kind of wish, there was a little more intervention with people like that, but there's not. And so we all have to band together and do our job. And I'm proud to say that I got to be part of that. And my husband gave 20 years, we both did, and both retired from the military. And I actually retired earlier, but they gave me my full retirement due to my record. And but I became very ill. So, but they did give me my full retirement and benefits, which was extremely kind of them. They didn't have to do that, but they did. So I was very fortunate in that aspect. So even though I didn't get to serve a full 20 like my husband, they treated me as if I had. So that was extremely humbling. I'm extremely humbled to have served my country. It was the greatest honor I've ever had.
Well, it takes, a lot of bravery to do that. I mean, I don't know too many people in the service myself. Well, in Canada, we kind of avoid war altogether, things like that. But a lot of it, and I think it is so cool how you apply Alien to your life, not just with the gags, which is fun. It brings levity to an otherwise kind of dark situation, having to do a job. But a lot of it kind of comes down to, I guess, would you say you'd have like a philosophy like, what would Ripley do? What is right?
Yes, I do ask myself that quite often in many situations. What would Ripley do? What would she do here? And what would be her go-to plan? And that's on a day-to-day basis. It's that, would Ripley just sit there and give up and be all depressed and, well, screw it, I'm dying, so screw everything? No. She'd be thankful she woke up that morning and get on with the day. And that's how I choose to live my life, which is why I don't often mention that I'm ill, because and it's not, I'm not faulting people by any means, but people tend to go to the pity wagon, and I don't want any part of that, because I'm not sad. I've lived an incredible life. I've gotten to see so many things, Alien being a huge part of that, and I have no complaints. I mean, there's been bad, there's been good, there's been in between, but I wouldn't change anything, because you change one thing and maybe Alien never gets made. That would have sucked. So yeah, I really do see Alien as a life lesson for lots of people to take, especially these days. I see a lot of people that seem to think that life should just be handed to them. That's not how life works. And by the way, I hate to break it to everybody, at least in the United States. You're not all winners, even though they keep handing out trophies to everybody. You're not all winners, and you're not all right. And you know what? Those are the awesome things in life. Losing is awesome. Why? Because it bands you together and makes you work better as a team. Okay, we lost. What did we do wrong? It's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of something better. Not getting an answer right, being wrong about something or proven wrong, that's not a horrible thing. That's a good thing, because you gain knowledge. And through knowledge, you gain wisdom. And I'm a firm believer of people always learning something. I mean, open a book, read something, watch a documentary on something, and find something that you have passion in and learn about it and absorb it, no matter what it is. Unless it's, I don't know, putting babies on spikes, obviously not a good thing. So
avoid that, listeners, please. This is not an endorsement for that behavior.
Yeah, nothing crazy per se. But, if you have a dream of being a scientist, don't let anybody tell you you can't be that. You can be anything you want to be, but you have to make that decision to do it. And you have to be willing to be wrong, because you will never learn anything in life if you're never wrong. And especially here in the U.S., I see a lot of people who seem to expect to just get paid for showing up. Oh, wait a minute, I actually have to do work? Yeah. Oh, well, I don't want to do that. I might get my nails dirty. Ew. What? That's beyond my realm of comprehension. I don't understand that whole line of thinking that we've come to. I mean, we're so concerned about everybody's feelings now, and everybody's a winner, and you're always right. And you can be, you know what? Somebody's got to be the janitor. And maybe that somebody will be you. And there's, people need to realize there's absolutely nothing wrong with being a janitor. Take pride in it and be the best janitor ever. I mean, whatever it is that somebody does, there's no, I hate that we put status on jobs, within our society. And especially here in the United States, we don't have royalty here. So I think people tend to put famous people and replace them as royalty. I don't watch TV, so I really can't speak to reality television. But I don't understand the hook of that when you've got amazing things like Alien to go watch. So I mean, go watch Alien instead and learn something, damn it.
Oh, it's true. You can take that lesson out of, or what, Keeping Up with the Kardashians or something. You'll have to explain to me who those people are, but okay. Well, awesome. It all started in 1993. OJ was, well, never mind. It's a whole thing. But you can kind of take that philosophy to Alien, because, I mean, everyone on Nostromo was not equal. They all had different jobs: engineer, captain, executive officer. But exactly. Once the alien is there,
but even before that, they were all equally important. Everybody had a job, and no matter their job, and as much as Brett, well, actually not Brett, but as much as Parker bitched about the shares, and Brett agreed with him by saying right all the time, because he obviously agreed, but as much as Parker bitches about that, it still does not stop him from being the very best engineer that he can be. And everybody on that ship does their job to the very best of their ability, no matter the situation. And the only time you have people muscling for rank is the conversation in the hall when Dallas tells Ripley, look, it happens that way because my dear, the company says that's the way it's going to happen. But Ripley she doesn't want that answer. She wants Dallas to be more of a leader, is basically what she's pushing him to do. She's trying to force him to make a decision. Why are you just agreeing with this guy? Because he's the science officer, and the company says he's got purview over all that. Well, why? Because the company said so. Well, who cares? The company isn't here right now. But then we wouldn't have gotten the whole movie, like you said. But my point being is that everybody in there, despite their different ranks, they work together cohesively as a team, each one doing their job to the very best of their abilities. And I really think that's a very strong life lesson.
Absolutely is, and it does kind of come to the sequels too. Like all the movies, really, at least say the original four, all of them are about teamwork, and maybe not everyone is as compatible as the Nostromo crew, but everyone has their strengths, weaknesses, or working against the team, like Burke and Aliens. But everyone has to work together because that's the only way they're ultimately going to get to the end of the movie, that they're going to survive. So I always like that. Essentially, alien movies, they're about teamwork, really.
Yeah, they really are. They're about working with and really, the stunning example of that is Alien 3. She's on a planet with a bunch of convicts, and is it Charles Dutton? Is that the actor's name?
He plays Dylan?
Yeah, that's Charles Dutton, correct? Yeah. He at one point says to her, hey, lady, you're an officer, so how about you lead? Basically saying, we don't know what to do. But again, it's okay to say that. It's okay to say, hey, I don't know what to do here. And people are unwilling to do that today in society. Everybody knows what's best, and even if they don't, they'll just wing it because I don't want people to think I don't know something. Who cares? I don't know a lot of things. I've mentioned several times I may be mistaken on this. If I am, please tell me. I'm not always right. I'm definitely not always right. I'm honored, and I absolutely love when somebody can correct me and say, no, hey, this was done by this person, or this is what this line was, or this is what the agreement was. It wasn't that at all. Oh, great. Okay, that clears that up for me. And then I know the correct answer, and that's good. I've learned something that I didn't know, and I think that's a wonderful thing. But you do see that in all of the movies. You see people who think they know what they're doing. You see a lot of narcissistic behaviors by people who fortunately get eaten. Some of them not quickly enough, like the doctor fella in Alien Resurrection. I kind of wish he had gotten eaten instead of the captain, but oh well.
Yeah, Michael Wincott, he was so great in that movie. I wish he would have survived a little bit longer.
Oh,
He's
I know.
Canadian, by the way, a great Canadian actor. I think he's fantastic. I love his voice, too. He has such a great, gravelly voice.
He does. He does. You know, there was a couple guys in that movie that had wonderfully gravelly voices that really fit the whole kind of, we're pirates.
Space pirates,
yeah, like, great. Like, you know, I always just blank on this poor man's name, Ron Perlman. I love him. I've loved him pretty much in everything he's done.
He's fantastic. Hellboy, the one and only Hellboy. I don't know. I never saw the new one. I don't think I will. He's Hellboy to me.
Yeah, absolutely. He's great. He's just fantastic. But yeah, I really love that they've picked such great casts throughout all of the movies, and like you said, whether you like the movie or not, the casting has always been spot on, and the acting has always been fantastic, and they've really shown what it takes, which is teamwork, and that's what life takes, is teamwork. You cannot do everything yourself. You got to share the spotlight. You know, if all you want is the spotlight, you're not going to make it very far. You really won't. And they really highlight that in each one of those movies, and that really sank in with me with Alien, especially watching that. You know, because I knew at the time what it was like to be part of a crew working on something, to get it done, to get it accomplished, and, you know, make it work. I do wish I understood what it was they were mining, or hauling back in that huge, bizarre freighter-looking oil refinery thing that it looked like the Nostromo was dragging behind it. But yeah, that will forever be a mystery, I guess. I think they mention it in Aliens, what the ship was carrying, or what the refinery was carrying. I think they mention it when they're saying.
I'm not sure how much. It might be like 10,000 or 100,000, maybe. It's. I know it's mineral ore because they say that on the title card at the beginning.
Yeah.
I think they go into more detail into it in the novel. I think I looked into that a little bit for the channel, but it's like it like makes the ship look so much bigger, which I like. They could be carrying anything, quite frankly, and it wouldn't really affect the plot in any way. But I think the fact that it is such a so it seems like such kind of like a common job, like task for them that they've probably done a million other times before on a million other different crews and things like that. So it's kind of unassuming, which I like. If it was like, oh, we're carrying space gold, we can't get rid of it, it's too precious, then it just kind of contrives the whole movie, makes it something else. So I like how they kept it as simple as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But the scenes of Brett walking through all these areas that are, you know, obviously part of the refinery part of the ship. There's the one door that he goes through that I think brings him into the refinery area where all the heavy equipment is, and it's a really cool looking door too. It had all those really weird angled holes cut in it with like mechanisms and what have you going through it. It just looked really cool. But it was like, okay, you guys don't get the whole door. You get part of the door with pieces missing because it's an old ship or old refinery that you're dragging around behind you. And there you go. But yeah, I mean, and he's walking underneath these air ducts and the chains and everything clinking, and it just adds to the whole atmosphere. And again, the unknown. Like, wow, what were they actually doing out here? What were they doing in the first place? You know, and then quickly that leaves your mind completely because, you know, Brett's sucked up into an air shaft, even though we don't exactly see it in the original movie, in the movie the way it was originally cut. We see a little bit more of it in the director's cut. And
do you have a preference between the director's cut and the original film? I mean, I personally, it's such a weird thing for me because I'm so used to the theatrical versions of the original four, watching them over like back in VHS days, the tapes, the kids, you know, they don't know about that. You'd have to rewind the movie when you're done watching. It's crazy. But I watched them so much, and it was great when they finally did a director's cut of Alien, and obviously Alien Special Edition came pretty close after its original release, and then kind of the holy grail of them all, Alien 3, the assembly cut, which I never ever thought would ever see the light of day, anything like that whatsoever. Was a thrill. But anytime I watch one of the extended editions, except for Aliens Special Edition, I always kind of feel like something's off. This isn't what I'm used to. Is that? Am I just crazy or?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I do enjoy Alien, the director's cut, but only because I've seen the original version of Alien so many times that it was nice to see some of the extra scenes that Ridley had wanted to include. But even he says, you know, I still think I made the right decision going with the cut that we released in cinemas, because what happens in the director's cut, if you watch Alien for the first time and you're watching the director's cut, I think you're getting cheated. I think you should watch the theatrical version at least 3 times first and then try on the director's, because you see too much of the alien in the director's cut, i.e. you see the alien swinging up in the chains. You see the monster way before we should see it. And so I'm actually glad that he cut that scene out in the original movie, in the original cut. That's not in the original cut. You don't see it up there, only in the director's cut. And there's just certain parts that it kept, but the theatrical version keeps that tempo really taut, and you're very, oh my God, you feel hurried, you feel tense, you feel tenser, it took it again, like I said, I saw it 3 times that opening day, and because there was just so many things to absorb. One of them, which you don't catch immediately, at least I didn't, because it's underneath everything else. It's underneath all the other sounds in the movie. But if you listen carefully, there's a heartbeat throughout that entire movie. And anytime it starts getting to a point where there's tension, about the heartbeat speeds up. And so you immediately start tensing up without realizing it. It's subliminal, and it's meant to be that way. but you have to really listen for it to hear it, at least originally. Sound having improved greatly over the years, obviously, it's far more noticeable now, I've noticed, than it was when I originally saw it. And that's not cutting on the theaters or anything, because the theater I watched it at had fantastic sound. It was one of those old, palatial type theaters. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the old time movie theaters with the big screens and the highly decorated everything, and it was a beautiful theater.
Oh, with like the velvet curtains that open and close, one of those?
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
I've never been to anything like that. I've only experienced like chain theaters, maybe little art houses here and there. Nothing like that. That seems like kind of like the royal treatment, like the old-fashioned kind of like leveled seating. Isn't it like not even really like a slope? It's just kind of like a leveled seating. So if someone with a hat is in front of you, you miss the movie.
Well, there's a slight slope, but nothing like they have today. It's very, very, the slope is very meager, I guess would be the best way to put it. And I always had this thing, whenever I went to go see a movie, I sat dead center, fourth row. That's where I wanted to sit for any movie I ever went to go see. And so I was always dead center, fourth row, and that's where I sat for the first viewing. The second viewing, I moved progressively back with each viewing that first day, because I wanted to take in more of the movie, because sitting up that close, you kind of tend to miss things because you're so close. Several people during that first movie who were like, oh, let's sit in the front row, moved to the back of the theater before. Yeah. They were like, oh my God. Yeah. Including the guy that murphed into his popcorn. So yeah, that was, thankfully I didn't have to see it, but it was definitely Exorcist worthy murphing. So he should have gotten an Academy Award for that one. He lost it, the poor guy. And I feel really bad because he was there with what seemed like his first date. First date.
No. Thing. Well, I think that was the last date too.
No, because
or no, maybe that was a great story. They fell in love, and it's like, oh, we met over Alien. I threw up. It was a beautiful, magical evening. So.
It was magical because she didn't leave me even after I murphed into the popcorn. Thankfully, her hand wasn't in the bucket at the time, because that would have been horrible. But yeah. But yeah, it was kind of funny too, because she basically was ripping this poor guy's arm off the entire movie. I do recall watching her do that and hiding her face into his shoulder constantly, because she just, oh God, I can't watch. She wasn't saying that, but I mean, that's just the kind of gesture she was making was, oh my God. We're all going to get eaten, and please tell me they're not going to have things running to the audience in the middle of this movie. I really think a lot of people were worried about that when Alien first came out, that they were going to, just for fun, release a bunch of dressed up actors in alien costumes to really freak people out, because that would have been kind of fun. That's more my sense of humor, I realize, but yeah. Because I would have totally gone for that. That would have been great. But yeah, it was great. It was really great just sitting that close and watching that and taking it all in. And then I moved back for the next viewing and back just a tiny bit further. So I think by the end, the last viewing, I watched from like the 10th row back. I didn't want to go back any further than that because it was just so awesome. I wanted to jump into the movie. It was that good. And you really feel like you're in the movie from the moment it starts. Alan Dean Foster's novelization of Alien was actually quite good, I thought. Because I read that immediately, went out and bought it, I think, the next day because it had just come out at the same time, I believe, or it may have come out before. I cannot remember if the book came out before the movie or not. But I got my hands on it, like, I want to say the next day. So it must have been out before. But it started out, I believe the first line in it is 7 dreamers.
Mm-hmm.
I think is
That's
the first line.
That's a beautiful passage. Like everything about the opening and how he describes the characters and sort of their, well, before being awakened to the actual plot. I thought it was beautiful.
The only thing that drove me nuts in Alien, seriously, and this is just a funny thing, but the only thing that drove me nuts in Alien was I felt sorry for all the men in the Alien universe during that time period because of the underwear that you apparently have to wear. Because if you had to relieve yourself, you basically had to lace basically a corset worth of lacing in order to go to the bathroom. So I just, that was nuts. That thing that that Kane's wearing while he's
that's
playing
so
there.
Weird, yeah.
I'm like, really? And why would I think of something like that? But it was just one of those things because it was so overt and obvious. You're just like, really? They went with that. Who the hell thought that up? Because I could see some guy going, okay, screw this. Where's my knife? I'm cutting these strings. I can't wait. I got to go now. But yeah, that was just bizarre. The outfit that he was in when he was in the infirmary, when Kane's in the infirmary, I was like, geez, that's a little harsh. And then you cut forward to Aliens, and thankfully, they're in their military. And one of my favorite lines, oh God, the floor's cold. You want me to fetch you your slippers? Gee, Sarge, would you? Look into my eye. And I love him. We lost him recently, did we not?
Yeah,
Sergeant Apone. Yeah, Al Matthews passed away
6 months ago or so. This is still fairly recent.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was an actual Green Beret. He was in the Marine Corps. I want to say it was Green Beret. He was Army. He was in Vietnam. He really was. He was he was a highly decorated veteran. You could not have picked a better sergeant to play that part. A lot of people thought he was kind of a braggart as an actor. I felt he had every right to be. For those of you out there who didn't have to live through the horror of Vietnam, like some of us did. First off, it wasn't a war. It was solely fought to advance political and financial careers. That's all that was about. Millions of our young men, and generally from the poorest sectors of society, were sent over at 18, handed a gun, and told to kill. And then on top of that, got spit on when they got home. That's no joke. And I when I grew up, my parents were very active and they were diehard hippies. and they were very active in the anti-war demonstrations. They were very active in civil rights. I feel very fortunate for that. I got to experience all of that with them as a child growing up down south. It was an intensely emotional time. But it was a time of action. People actually got together and talked to each other and did something about things instead of posting on social media and saying, "Oh, I don't like this person. I've done my civic duty now." Don't just text it, people. Get together, and if you really want to make an impact, if you really want to bring social media into that, get together, plan a rally, and then turn on your little social media thing and film it as you're having the rally, so you can really make an impact and inspire other people to do the same thing. To me, that's how social media should be used.
Today, it seems to be used almost as a weapon against us, unfortunately, by some people who really know what they're doing with it.
Oh yeah.
Looking back on that era, like, do you think it's better today, or is it just different?
I think nothing's changed. Here's the sad part. 40 years ago, we marched and we protested, whether it was women's rights, whether it was the American Indian movement, whether it was the civil rights movement, the war in Vietnam. All these things we're marching for, all these things we're trying to change. And it's like each group got a little bit of a taste of change. And then it just died. That was it. So here we are now, 50 some odd years later. Women still pretty much get paid 40% less than men in this country. I'm speaking of the U.S. We get paid at least 40% less than men, even if we have more degrees and better education and are better qualified than somebody doing the same job. We still get 40% less than they do, because I am anatomically different. That's just ridiculous. Yet nobody's doing anything to change that. Again, going back to Alien, you see, again, I realize this is a sci-fi horror movie, but at the same time, it's making a statement. It's making a statement of a more equal, a more level playing field. You have a group dynamic where, even though, everybody has different ranks and what have you, but everybody is equal, whether they're a man or a woman, it's irrelevant. And that, that's the hope. And then social media came along and had people used the internet and social media in a constructive way, we really could have changed the world. But unfortunately, we were given all these really fun things like, let's ask Grandma the social media apps, because I'm going to fail that test, and proud of it. We gave people the one that you pin little pictures or something that you like.
Pinterest?
Hey, that's a cool. Yes, Pinterest. Yeah, it's in the name, so you think I remember that. Pinterest, Twitter, whatever. All these things that people post the caramel macchiato, yum. Who gives a crap? Yeah, I mean, I would say, do you people hear yourselves? Obviously they don't, because they're texting it. We don't talk to each other anymore. There is no communication, and without communication, there can be no change. There can be no growth, and because of that, we are raising, successfully dumber generations because of it. I mean, I've got a PhD. I'm pretty good with math. Yes, I'm happy. I will happily admit, in order to hold on to that 4.0, I hired a math tutor in graduate school because I'm not the best at math, but I got better through the help of other people. Because, you know what, I just wasn't that great with math. So, when it came to things like trigonometry, yeah, forget it. Or my favorite, physics, which, it's science. No, it's not. It's an equation that wraps itself around the room 90 frigging times. What are you talking about? And it's got little squiggles and stick men. What is this, Egyptian? What are we doing here? And yeah, I hired a tutor to get through a lot of that because it was important to me that I understood what I was looking at and doing so I could be a better scientist.
So you didn't know what to do when you asked for help?
Well, I did. I asked for a tutor.
Well, exactly. And in tune with the philosophy of, no one... Yeah.
And
is right. You could have been like, I can do this. I'm so smart. I don't need no tutor. Blah, 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 I'll do it all. No, I like that. I like there are people around to help, like tutors, and I don't know. Like with me in school, well, my schooling was very unproductive. Too busy watching.
But nobody asks for a tutor anymore because everybody's special. And everybody's a winner. And you know what? We'll give you the smartphone and your computer and your laptop. And you know what? Just Google it, honey. Just Google it. Yeah, just Google it. But yeah, I've got a PhD and 3 masters now. And this new math thing that how do you possibly make simple math adding 2 numbers together? They basically turned it into an algebraic equation by the time, and they don't even care if you get the answer right. They just want to make sure that you get the breakdown of the numbers right. And I'm like, why am I breaking down 5 and 2 so I know it equals 7? It's getting ridiculous. I mean, it's like, let's make things harder just for the sake of making things harder. Oh, and by the way, you don't have to get the answer right, because just as long as you wrote it down correctly. And make sure you pin that to your Pinterest so everybody can, or not Pinterest, the other one that people take pictures and say, oh, look at me, that one.
Instagram, my favorite.
Yes, Instagram. There you go, Instagram. So not only do I have inane little fleets of whatever somebody's doing that day, like stubbing their toe or drinking a caramel macchiato from Starbucks for the 5th time that day, instead of taking one of those cups of $5 coffee that they just spent at the altar of Starbucks and donating it to a worthy Patreon cause, like, I don't know. There's one out there called Alien Theory. You might have heard of it. They could take just $5, one caramel macchiato a month, and donate it to a worthy cause on Patreon. Like, that alien theory place I was telling you about. And yeah,
I hear good things, really good things.
I do too. Awesome things. So yeah, and we could change the world, but no, we're not going to do that. People could get together and meet and talk and use social media to go live and record and, broadcast live them talking about these issues, talking about feminism, talking about the desperate need in this country to update outdated and antiquated domestic violence, sexual assault, and rape laws. Things not changed in 40 years in most states, if at all. You get a stiffer sentence getting busted for an ounce of whatever than you do if you rape somebody in this country. But in all fairness, the judge and the district attorney's hands are tied because that's the laws on the books, man. That's all we can do. But unless people actually come together and talk about these issues, they're never going to change. And people are always like, well, how do you relate that to Alien? Because that's exactly what they do all through Alien. They identify the problem. They talk about the problem. What's the problem? The company. So take Alien. As Ripley says, oh, excuse me, as I recall, this is under the purview of the military. That she says to Burke at one point. He can't make that decision. He's just a grunt. No offense. Oh, yeah, absolutely no offense. Prep for dust off and, immediate disintegration of the planet. Let's go.
It's the only way to be sure.
Yeah, the only way to be sure. But yeah, they talk about it. They talk about it and they make a plan and they put that plan into action. And we've lost that. And people are like, how I just don't understand how you got from Alien to that. And it's like very easily. Very, very easily, because Alien shows basically a world where everybody's equal and there is people aren't identified by their race. They're not identified by their sex or sexual preference. None of that enters into anything because none of that matters. It doesn't matter. We're all human beings. It's just, I can literally relate Alien to just about anything within life. And that's one of the things I've loved about that movie so much. It's changed everything from having a good time with it on the ship, like you said, with little pranks and things. I also used Tugs, by the way, to pick up in a shipmate's, well, he worked in the same shop I worked in, and doing stuff. I did stuff. So I did stuff on F-14. Other than that, that's about all I can say. But yeah, I did stuff. And so
it wasn't related to a Special Order 937 or anything like that. I just need to know that.
No special orders. No special orders.
Okay.
Although I did in the FAA-18, they have a female voice. That's what replaced the F-14. We affectionately call the FAA-18 a lawn dart because that's what it looks like, number one. Number two, it's a piece of crap. And yes, it's got all these great wing stations to load extra fuel tanks and bombs and all sorts of cool stuff that goes woohoo and whatever, and explodes and shoots and whatever, and it's great. And you can load the wings up with that and roll it out onto the deck, and the wings snap off. It's fabulous. Good job, Boeing. Awesome. Load that up. I kid you not. But yeah, it's got a female voice in it that alerts the pilot, because in the FA-18, there is only one person. There's no longer a pilot and a Rio. There's just one pilot that takes care of everything. For the normal version, there's another version that replaced the EA-6B, which was a different jet altogether that does a completely different job. It wasn't a fighter jet. It was for other things. But anyways, those are two-seaters, generally speaking. But anyways, back to the original one. They call her Bitching Betty, and she has a very nice voice. Yeah, Bitching Betty. And she'll tell the pilot, like, system is down. System is down. Fatal error. Right engine is on fire. Right engine is on fire.
It's very calm and reassuring.
Yes, very calm and eject. So I rigged up.
Maybe I won't.
Yeah, I rigged up the.
I'm so calm right now.
Just to mess with one of the pilots, because I was working at a RAG outfit, and which is where they send all the new pilots to train at. And he gets in, and he goes down, locked, the whole 9 yards. And as soon as it did that, it pressed on the play, the little thing I had hooked up, so it would automatically play the recording I had, the activation switch. So all he got was, the canopy is ajar. The canopy is ajar. The canopy, and then this guy is looking all over. He is like, what do you, it's ajar. Where's it ajar?
What?
Hey, man, you got to do something to pass the time, even when you're on land. Do not join the military if you do not have a good sense of humor. That's all I can say. Although, actually, it's changed now, so I guess that does. But at least when I was in, yeah, you either had a good sense of humor or you didn't make it. You didn't make out very well, at least. You were not well liked by your compatriots. But yeah, my like I said, my shipmate, I actually rigged Hugs. I stuffed them up in his, we called them coffin lockers. They were our bunk in berthing, and they snuck into the male berthing. There were no men there. I made sure of that. They also screamed, "Female on deck!" So anybody that was not covered immediately covered. But yeah, I rigged Hugs up in there. So when this guy, my shopmate, went to sleep, Hugs would wait about 5 seconds before coming unstuck and falling onto his face, which is great because, by the way, you cannot sit up straight in your bunk unless you're on the very top bunk, because then you actually have room above your head. But if you're in the other three below that, or two below that, 1, 2, 3, 3 below that, you can't sit up. As my berthing shipmates will attest to, every morning when I woke up, my alarm would go off at 04:30, and I would immediately sit up and smack my head on the overhead light thingy that they had, to which I would scream an expletive, and I would hear, "Good morning, Jehovah," from somebody else, to which I would reply another expletive. So yeah, not a morning person. Need coffee. But yeah.
Let me finish my coffee. It's the only good thing on this damn ship.
Yeah.
As Parker would say.
Buy your own and bring it with Gotta buy your own, bring it with you, and a coffee pot if you're in the U.S. Navy. Otherwise, you'll get that powdered crap that they put in the mess hall, and that stuff's just nasty. It's brown water. I just, there's not even any coffee taste. Jeez. Trying to fool us. What the heck? Of course, passing all the boxes that are stamped not for human consumption as they're, opening up the cans that are in there and throwing them into the cooking pots for the evening meal is always, really inspiring as well when you walk by the mess.
My stomach's growling.
But, as funny as that is, I even relate that to Alien because they had so many scenes in the galley on the Nostromo and eating the food that they said was just horrible. The first thing I'm doing is buying a real steak dinner. Jeez, I can't take this stuff. And I think Lambert tells Parker, well, geez, you couldn't tell by the way you pound that crap down, to which he made a very spicy remark, raised his eyebrows, and she got all hee and blushes. But yeah, that was fun. And then, of course, Kane got sick and first his love child that he made with the face hugger. He just didn't know he was going to be doing that, apparently. So yeah, I can really relate Alien to any part of life. And I think that's what has made that movie speak to so many people on so many levels, to the point that each successive generation has gotten into this film, including, again, that great group of high schoolers that did the very first Alien play ever. And I thought it was
truly
really
amazing
great
to see. Like, they're kids, and then they're just so enthused about Alien. That does give me hope for the future.
Yeah.
So, today is
Absolutely.
crazy. I mean, over the last 40 years since Alien, I mean, there's a lot of problems, as you've pointed out. But I do sincerely think that problems in the world, they can be solved by teamwork. As you mentioned, we're together, doing something together, not just standing idly by, as if life were a movie, a scary movie of some kind. Life is scary, but maybe not so much a movie, unfortunately. That's where Alien comes in. That's what takes our nightmares and puts them in front of us.
Yeah, and it's what happens when you don't work as a team.
You don't make it to the end of the movie.
Yeah, you don't make it to the end of the movie. And as we find out, there was one member who obviously was not on the team, which is what caused all the mayhem in the first place. And that's what happens. So for me, Ash represents social media.
That's a good way of putting it.
You fix that by making Ash, or by making social media effective, by being that inspiration to make it effective.
Do you remember that commercial? It was a Ridley Scott commercial that he did. And I think it was like one of the ones that like got him famous. It was an Apple or a Mac commercial where like it's like a futuristic thing, and there's a big computer, and this woman comes up. She takes this, I don't know, like a hammer, javelin, whatever. She just throws it right at the screen, and then it just bursts into pieces. I guess it's symbolic from Ridley Scott about technology. It was a cool commercial. I mean, I should put a link to that if I can remember. It should be on YouTube. People should check that out. Like, that really showed his talent in just 30 seconds. This was before Alien. I think before The Duelists too. So it really showed he was a keen director very, very early on.
Yeah, because he started in commercials, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's the only one I know that he did, but it was a pretty famous one. Apple, Mac, or maybe IBM. I'm not sure. One of the old computer companies. ColecoVision. No, I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he got his start in commercials, and again, I really encourage everybody to check out his very first film, which was The Duelist. You immediately know you're watching a Ridley Scott film. Again, it's the cinematography. Wow. He just has a way of filming that just puts you in the moment, in the place, right in the thick of things. And you're sucked in. And it's enveloped in this experience that's going on in front of you. Whether you like it or don't like it, you're still involved. There was a lot of people that did not care for Blade Runner, and quite honestly, there's so many different versions of it now. I don't know what one to watch.
Definitely not the theatrical. Definitely not with the narration. No. I've avoided. I don't think I've actually seen that. I've watched I think it was '92 when finally the director's cut came out and people were starting to reevaluate it and see it in a new light. Then he did the final cut, I think it's called. So I think that's the one that Ridley Scott would at least recommend. But I have the DVD set, and there's like literally 5 different versions of the movie you can watch, like right from one disc.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. So it's kind of hard to decide, well, which is the best one to look at, because I saw the theatrical version when it came out, and I really loved that movie. Again, it was different. But it's kind of funny because I want to say they said the future 2015 or something like that. But it's a date that we've passed already, and I'm like, yeah, that didn't happen. So, but I always love seeing things like that. Other movies that got a jump off of Alien, not necessarily in the horror genre, but just in the sci-fi genre, are things like The Fifth Element. Which I loved.
And Ian Holm was also in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Why I went to go see it originally, because, oh my God, Ian Holm, I got to go see this. And
that's why I went to see Mighty Joe Young, actually. For Bill Paxton.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, I got to see that.
Absolutely. And I love the gal who played Vasquez. I love her. She is so great and spot on in Aliens. They gave her the greatest lines. I love her lines. They're just, she's everything I expect a Marine to be. I really, definitely everything I would expect a Marine to be and more. Hey Vasquez, have you ever been mistaken as a man? No, have you? Just perfect timing, and what's his name? You're just too bad. You're just too bad. But yeah, there's so many great characters within that universe that you really find yourself invested in them as real people. They become part of your extended family in a way.
I think so, yeah.
You wind up watching the movies so much, or at least I do, that it's visiting an old friend. And, if you ever get lonely, just pop in Alien and visit some old friends.
That's a great way of putting it.
You just pop in Aliens.
Well,
You
I mean,
know,
like,
yeah.
not to borrow a line from Alien 3, they've been in my life so long I can't remember anything else. But
Yeah.
it's true. Like,
And,
you can always watch. I'm always in the mood to watch an alien movie, and that's another good. Each of them, they have their own flavor too. So maybe I want a little action, I'll watch Aliens, or, you know, I hate myself, so I'll watch Alien versus Predator Requiem or something like that.
oh,
But there's
Jesus.
always there's one for every
God.
mood, which is great.
Well,
And
wait, actually, you don't watch Alien versus Predator Requiem. You listen. You listen to it.
and you frantically
So
adjust your brightness on your TV and hope for the best, but no, nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna stay that way. Sorry.
didn't the directors even try lying about the lighting for that?
They did when it
Saying,
was
oh,
first out. They like went on. I don't know if it was like interviews or just on like message boards or whatever. They're like, no, it's fine. We shot it fine. It's the theater change. They're not displaying it properly. The projection's off. It was a lie. Bold-faced lie.
yeah, it was like I couldn't see the pred alien for anything, and the whole putting the eggs down the mouth thing, that was just insane.
Well, there's a lot wrong with that movie.
Yeah, it was just bizarre.
That's
They
not
went
one
a
of the
little
ones I'll
far.
watch. I'll say I watch 1, 2, and 3. Those get the most rotation for me.
Yeah.
Mostly 1.
Uh,
Well, 1 and 2. I mean, it's so hard to choose a favorite between 1 and 2. It changes every day for me.
I like 1 and 2 equally. I like the first Alien, and I love Aliens equally, because both of them are vastly different films, but both really bring it in, again, vastly different ways, obviously, but they both bring their A game 100% of the time. And there's never a moment in either one of those movies that you go, I'm getting a little bored. I think I'll take a break. I've never had that problem with that. Or the assembly cut of Alien 3. The regular Alien 3, the whole dog thing just doesn't work for me. I so wish they would have left the oxine in. ADI did such fantastic work on that. And then they took it out. It was just heartbreaking that they took that out, and went with the dog instead.
Well, I've noticed, at least within the last few years, it seems that the assembly cut is the version, especially people who are seeing the movie for the first time, that they end up seeing, that most people see. Though I like the theatrical cut quite a bit. Again, maybe I'm crazy, but I do kind of I might prefer it. I might. That's just me, though. But more people are discovering that and seeing that there was something there. There was an attempt to make it as good as the previous two, and Fincher can't be blamed for what happened as much as people will blame him.
No, and I don't understand the hate towards David Fincher. I don't understand that. This is a very talented director. And again, I believe it was his first time making a movie.
Yeah, he was completely green. He did Madonna videos, I think. That's all he did.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So again, they tapped this guy after they already finished principal shooting, and then they said, forget it, we're going with something different. Here, you've got half the time and whatever money's left to make this whole film. Here you go. And then they micromanaged the crap out of him to the point of insanity. And yet he still delivered an amazing movie filled with amazing performances by amazing actors.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
talking about all, he came out as a great director in his own right. He followed, like, I think it was just 2 years later he did Seven, and then boom, David Fincher was the hottest ticket in Hollywood. He's become a pretty renowned director. I mean, he's up, like James Cameron, Ridley Scott, David Fincher. I think they're 3 of the best directors alive today.
Absolutely.
No offense to Jean-Pierre Jeunet or anything like that, but I haven't seen too much from him.
He does some kind of weird, I don't know.
Amelie, I saw Amelie. That was very good. But then after that, I don't.
Yeah, that was good.
Anything.
That was good. Well, he's done these kind of art pieces. Anything, they're supposed to have some type of message or something, but it's lost in all the crap. But again, it might be a cultural thing on my part. I'm watching a French film from an American perspective, which is vastly different. So and I do watch it in French. Because I want to really appreciate the film as it was meant to be.
Tu parles français?
No. Not much.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Some. Now, unfortunately, if I'd lived in Canada, if I'd only been born in Canada.
It's mandatory. Just so you know.
There was one movie that came out, and I don't remember what it was. But they were like invading Canada or something like that. And it was like they had to write everything. They get stopped by the mounted police, and they said, hey, if you're going to have that up there in English, you got to have it in French too.
It's true. Even like my DVDs of Alien, they all have French on it. Oh my God. It's annoying. But at least I can learn a little more French.
There
I
you
don't really
go.
practice it. Alien, Le Huitième Passager. That's Alien. And then Aliens is Alien Le Retour.
If you talk to the French, they'll tell you that's not French. They are not speaking French.
No.
It's like, oh my goodness. Okay, arm wrestle over it already. But yeah, I do feel sorry for David Fincher. I do feel badly for how the poor guy was traumatized so badly by the experience, he refuses to talk about the film to this day. That speaks volumes.
Oh, yeah. That's really bad. I mean, they're very candid in the making ofs, but there's stuff that I'm sure we'll never, ever, ever know about what went down during Alien 3. And how it very surely almost broke Fincher.
Yeah, even in the making of, he doesn't appear.
Oh yeah, just archive from him. He's not going to sit down with Fox Home Entertainment. Oh no.
No, there's pictures of him with his head in his hand with Sigourney Weaver. Like, it's going to be okay, I promise. And the poor guy looks like he's about to rip all of his hair out. He's just like, ah! He starts looking like Dalek more and more as the film goes on. Because he's just like, oh God, just let it out and let it eat everybody. Enough. Where's the fox staff? Let it loose in the office. Which is another, that can definitely, I've had moments in my life where I wish I could have had access to a xenomorph. That would have been very handy in certain situations.
Oh yeah, keep it on a leash. Make sure that no one
don't want to
crosses.
Keep it on a leash.
Oh, not a leash. Okay.
On a leash.
Free reign.
No.
Free range.
Yeah, it's free range. That's not a pet. Wildlife is meant to be wild. Let it run free. But yeah, with the exception of saying, excuse me, that one over there. Yeah, thanks. Awesome.
Please, listeners, just treat your xenomorphs humanely. Do not treat them as pets. They're living creatures.
Exactly.
I think it's a very important lesson.
They're wild.
Lady Anne, I think we've almost hit the 4-hour mark now. Can you believe that? We've been talking about aliens nonstop for 4 hours.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. This has been fun. And I'm sure everyone's been enjoying this as well and listening to our craziness.
Really, I truly, as I've said from the very start, I truly love this movie, and I cannot be happier that after 40 years, it's still around, and it's still inspiring young, the next generation and the next generation and each successive generation, inspiring young filmmakers, inspiring people like yourself, Mother 9000, Clara, another shout out to her, Project Akron, Mr. H. I know he covers a wide variety of things, but he does do quite a fair bit of alien things as well. But it's, still being talked about, and it has not lost. That is something I am asked quite a bit. Do I find it disconcerting now, going back, watching Alien, and having to see the old-fashioned computers? No, I don't, because that's exactly what I think they would slap into something that they didn't give a crap about. Here you go. Here's the crap we had left over, so you can use it. Yeah, it's old, but it still works. And that goes back to being in the military. You get a lot of, yeah, okay, it's old, but it works. So we'll just keep it. I mean, it's that whole idea, because I have been asked that a lot. Is it disconcerting seeing the type of computers that they use in this drama? Don't you think it makes the film dated? No, I don't. I actually think it makes it more relevant. We are, and if nothing else, hey, man, it encourages recycling. So, yeah, go. But, yeah, no, it really fits in with the truckers in space theme. It's, you know what? You guys are just a bunch of truckers in space here. You can have this stuff. It's leftover crap from the military, but it still works. It's fine. Just use this. You may not wake up where you thought you were going to, but, it's all good. But, yeah, I do think it's an amazing genre, and I think it's had an amazing effect on so many levels and continues to do so. And, for that, I can't thank Sir Ridley Scott for saying yes, Dan O'Bannon, and everybody else who had a hand, cast, crew, everybody, in making this iconic film, because it's, all jokes aside and all funniness aside, it's really made a statement on so many levels other than just sci-fi horror. And I think that to me is the mark of a true artist and true art.
I absolutely agree with that. And that's part of, why it's lasted as long as it has, 40 years. And yeah, we joke, but I mean, Ridley Scott, he's the man. Everyone involved, David Giler, Walter Hill, Laddie, Giger.
Yeah.
They're all they're legends. They're patron saints of all things alien. And, I cannot thank them enough for the incredible universe that they've created, that I'm obsessed with, that I'm sure anyone who's listening to this right now, hearing us, gush and wax nostalgic over Alien, I'm sure they're huge fans too, and they just always want to hear more about it, always want to engage in the conversation, whether it be in the form of videos or even on, social media. There's a lot of great people who follow, or a lot of great people to follow, like Mother 9000, Mr. H, Project Acheron. Huge passion that you can tell, with a sincere love for this series. And, of course, as I've seen through you, and why I wanted to do this interview in the first place, because when I start hearing your stories, I'm like, wow, now there's an Alien fan. There's a hardcore Alien fan. So and most of all, I'll thank you for joining me today, and going through our schedules, making sure that this was done just right. And I had a lot of fun talking Alien and hearing everything that you had to say about how it impacted you and how deeply it impacted you. And I just think that's amazing. And everyone kind of has a story like that. And I thank you for sharing today.
Thank you so much. I truly am honored and humbled by you asking me to do this. I love being able to share my love for Alien with other people who love these films and this universe as much as I do, whether it be through the books and the comics and the graphic novels and everything else, the games that are out there. Alien Isolation, which was fantastic, I thought.
Yeah.
That was an amazing game, considering the other games that we got for the series. Yeah, Alien Isolation was awesome. So, yeah, no complaints here. Got a little confusing, and honestly, folks, I did not make it very far into that, but it was a great game, just fantastically done. And I love that it's Amanda that we're following in it. I think that's a logical place to go. If they do decide to continue the series and pick somebody, that they could hand the baton over to, if they could retro, something in between Aliens and Alien 3, it would be a great way to hand the baton over, so to speak, from Ripley to her daughter in that sense. But unfortunately, since she's dead by the second one, that would be kind of hard to do. But that would have been awesome if they could have. Or at least maybe pass it off like they did in, is it Earth War? Was that the name of the book? I read the books first. I didn't realize that they made graphic novels out of it. Was it the Earth War? It was a 3-book series. And I know you are...
S.D. Perry, he wrote... It does get confusing because they go by like 3 different names. I think the first novel is Outbreak, or it might have been Earth Hive. But then Nightmare Asylum is Nightmare Asylum. But then Earth War in the novel version is Female War.
Female War, that's it. Okay. I knew there were 3 books that made up that series. It was a 3-part or a 3-book series. I didn't realize that there was a graphic novel until after I had already read the books, and I was like, oh, great. And it was very confusing because when I read the book, it had different names in it, and I'm like, are they talking about Hicks and Newt? Just because, again, I was like confused. And then when I got the original graphic novel, it actually had Hicks and Newt, and then they changed it to Wilkes and I forget what they called the girl. Billy? Is it Billy?
Mm-hmm.
They changed, yeah. Wilkes and Billy.
And Ripley's a robot in this version, which is interesting.
Yeah, strange. Very strange. But
Well,
yeah,
they had to panic once Alien 3 came out and they realized these characters don't exist anymore, unfortunately.
yeah, and but it shouldn't have mattered, because when you're writing within a universe like this, you should have been able to. But that's a whole nother discussion. So, but yeah, you know what I mean.
It is a whole other discussion.
But,
I think we should do this again. If there's a good reaction to this, we'll leave it to the comments below, guys. Do you want to hear more? Me and Lady Ann? Comment below.
Absolutely. And thank you. Thank you so much again. It has been lots of fun. And thank you, everybody, for putting up with my very long comments. I apologize yet again for my rambling. But hopefully now that you've gotten to hear me, you understand why I ramble on and on and on. And
there's only so much typing you can do.
Yeah.
Before we go, is there anything like where to find you, or anything you want to get the word out about?
One of the things that Alien helped me get through, and honestly, I've never said this publicly before, although it is in a video on my site. Not my nonprofit site, but on my poetry site that's on WordPress. Alien got me through one of the toughest situations in my life. I was raped, and it took a lot to get through that, because especially in this country, there's a lot of victim blaming. And as I stated before, the laws in and around things like domestic violence, sexual assault, and rape are hideously antiquated and outdated. The punishments do not fit the crimes. It's basically a slap on the wrist. Oh, you raped 5 women? Okay, 5 days in jail and a $200 fine. And don't do it again. One of our former presidents, Jimmy Carter, is very involved in trying to get the laws changed, and very outspoken on this issue, that it's unacceptable that in this day and age that these things are going on, not only here, but worldwide. And it's something that we need to address. And having been a victim, which I actually do not consider myself a victim, and this is what Alien did for me. Ripley taught me that I am not a victim, I am a survivor. And it also allowed me to start my nonprofit, which is called Badge Up, which is supporting and empowering victims worldwide. And we do a lot of other things other than just domestic violence. We do help other levels of that area, but especially young women who are looking to get into science, technology, areas where women you don't generally find them, or we're told, oh, you're a girl, you shouldn't be doing that. Girls don't do that. Well, yeah, we do. And we can do them very well. We can do any job equally as well as anybody else. And again, bringing it back to Alien, there you go. Everybody does their job, and then nobody cares what sex anybody is in the movie whatsoever. Just everybody in it together as a team. So yeah, it inspired me to start that nonprofit. Once I was able to stand up and speak out, I felt I could do so much more. And through the fortunate coincidence of having done all that lighting and stage work, working my way through college and grad school, I've met a lot of performers who are very open to helping and want to help and involved in one way or another. And so hopefully I can get that up and running and going. But the little, what little there is of it for right now is at www.dag-up.org. Or you can just look up Lady Anne on WordPress and you'll find us too. So I've got 3 sites, but trust me, you'll know when you see it, because it'll say hashtag badge up !, dash empowering or supporting and empowering victims worldwide. So we're not that hard to find, but there's only 2 pages right now. Grandma here is having problems using one of the easiest, apparently what I've been told is the easiest websites to put together. And I don't know, I used to design my own websites back in the old days, you know, I did all my own HTML, I did all that crap myself and typed it all out. Yeah, can't do that anymore. So yikes. Yeah, can't do that anymore. But yeah, somebody out there has any clues for WordPress, please tell me, because I would really like my PayPal button to show up. I can't even do that. And so there's just a donate word to click on. But yeah, hey, it's tax deductible. And no, we don't give out gifts and whatever to suck people in, because I'm again, all of our money goes to grants and to help support people. And I feel in a sense that I'm the Ripley in this situation, and I'm the one that needs to get the message out. And it's my responsibility to give a voice to people who are still victims. They don't realize they're survivors yet. They haven't regained their voice. And that may sound odd, and people may not understand that. Some people may, who are listening to this. But when something like that happens, and I do want to definitely say this at the outset, rape is not about sex, folks. It's a violent crime. It's a crime of violence and domination and control and hatred. A lot of hate, a lot of anger goes into that. And it has absolutely nothing to do with sex, although people seem to think that rape is, it's a sex crime. No, it's not. It's a violent crime. Very violent. And yeah, that's our ultimate goal. But with Alien, I don't know that I would have made it through that experience, because honestly, I watched that movie pretty much nonstop for about a month afterwards, because it gave me courage. And oddly enough, it was the xenomorphs that gave me courage. But yeah, it gave me courage to move on and realize that there was nothing I could have done, said, that would have made a difference. It wouldn't have mattered what time I got up that morning. It wouldn't matter which way I drove to work, what time I left work. It didn't matter that all I was wearing was a pair of jeans and a black T-shirt. I could have, it didn't matter what I was wearing. Nothing I could have done differently would have changed the events that occurred. That's just the way things happen. But as I had mentioned earlier, I've had good things happen in my life, and I've had bad things happen in my life. That was a not so nice thing. Thank you so much to the person who bestowed that upon me, who I shall not name ever, because quite honestly, he doesn't matter, but I do, and I'm still here. So I think that's what matters most, and I do. That's what my nonprofit is about: is giving victims their voice back, whether they be women, whether they be men, whether they be children. It's about giving victims their voice, just as Ripley gives voice to all of her crewmates who suffered horribly at the hands of an evil company that basically raped them to get what they wanted. And not my favorite analogy to use for Alien, but there's a lot of courage and determination in Ripley, and there's a lot of strength, inner strength, that as a survivor one can draw from Sigourney Weaver's portrayal. And I really look up to her for that, and I can't thank her enough for her portrayal. But yeah, that would be the one shout out I'd want to give. I hope that's okay. And
oh, absolutely. Oh, and of course I'll put a link down, and we'll see if I don't know, we can get more than 2 pages. We do that because I do think it is a good cause and an important one. And I thank you for sharing your
anybody on WordPress,
why it is so important to you.
And anybody on WordPress that knows how to actually use WordPress, mother help me. No.
Yes, please follow the link below, give it an assessment, and help. That's what it's all about.
Yes,
help each other.
Help, mother, help. Mother, well, I turned the cooling things back on. I can't make it work.
Mother, you bitch.
Yeah, I promise I'm not going to hit you, Claire, or smack you. Or what was it? A fire extinguisher. I think she went nuts. But yeah, she was just like, ah, damn it. I got to run back here and hope that thing's not in the damn hallway looking at the cat still.
Well, yeah. There's a good visual to end on, guys. Thank you so much for listening today. And thank you, Lady Ann, for joining me for this wild ride. And I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys listening had fun too. And here's to another 40 years of Alien. Any last goodbyes? Sigourney, we love you if you're listening.
Yes, Sigourney, we love you. Ridley Scott, you are amazing. And thank you for answering my question all those years ago. And I guarantee you don't remember, but thank you. Anyway, because
he's going to comment below. He's like, yes, I
yeah, right. I got it. I would faint. You'll have to revive me. But yeah, so I'm going to go wake Lady Ann up. She passed out on the floor again and blew her head back on it, rolled off somewhere. But yeah, thank you so much. Truly.
Guys, and this is
absolutely enjoyable.
Oh, I had a blast. Hope you guys did too. This is Alien Theory and Lady Ann signing off.